Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits, 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
Desarrolla tu potencial con Brightest. Ofrecemos exámenes de certificación a nivel global con sede en Alemania. Como socio oficial de comités internacionales como ISTQB, ISAQB, DMMI e ITBU, que son clave en testing QA y mejora de software, entre otros. Nuestras certificaciones United son prácticas y diseñadas para complementar la teoría con la implementación de escenarios reales. Te permitirán dominar las herramientas y metodologías que impulsarán tu carrera. Las ventajas de Brightest son claras. Recibirás tu certificado reconocido y con un registro global, una insignia digital gratuita de Credly para compartir en tus redes sociales, destacando tus logros profesionales y acceso a nuestra comunidad y socios de formación oficiales. Ofrecemos 3 modalidades de examen online a través de Pearson VID, en grupos, centros de examen y desde casa. Contáctanos y desarrolla tus habilidades y conocimientos con Brightest.
En ITW, la calidad es nuestra prioridad. Así es como lo logramos. Utilizamos herramientas avanzadas y procesos rigurosos para asegurarnos de que cada línea de código sea perfecta. No solo probamos software, aseguramos la calidad en cada etapa del proceso.
Posgrados Ingenierías, Universidad Panamericana.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos al evento de Hands on Testing en nuestro segundo día de transmisión. Así que, bienvenidos. Hoy vamos a tener también muchas charlas. ¿Cómo estás, Josh?
Muy emocionada por el día de hoy. Tenemos charlas bien interesantes y sponsors que la verdad, híjole, nos han ayudado bastante.
Y pues bueno, sí, primero que nada, muchas gracias a todos ellos porque hacen posible esto, que los 3 días de transmisión. Y recuerden que pueden ir a la página de www.handsontesting.com para que puedan conocer la agenda y todavía están a tiempo, pueden también adquirir sus entradas para aquellos que nos quieran acompañar en Guadalajara, en la Universidad Panamericana. Ahí vamos a estar de 9 de la mañana a 3 de la tarde para que no se lo pierdan. Vamos a tener también varias charlas. Y bueno, también el día de hoy vamos a tener un taller, nada más lo voy a poner rápidamente antes de ir a nuestra charla. Que el día de hoy, precisamente por parte de C3, van a estar Emilio González y Gustavo García dando un taller precisamente para que si ustedes quieren hacer su agente tester que los apoye en su día a día, bueno, de una manera bastante fácil, ellos van a explicarles cómo lo pueden lograr. Así que regístrense, ahí están viendo en pantalla el QR o pueden ir a la página para que puedan inscribirse. Así que los esperamos, es a las 4 de la tarde. Ese no se transmite en vivo, ese es en un foro aparte para aquellos que quieran participar. Así que, pues nada, Josh, ¿estás lista para todo un día de aprendizaje?
Estoy súper lista.
Súper lista. Bueno, muy bien. Pues primero que nada, platicar levemente de las charlas que vamos a tener. A continuación vamos a tener una charla con Enrique Cortes, director del Hub de Inteligencia Artificial del TEC de Monterrey. Y ahorita se los voy a presentar. Después de eso vamos a tener otras 3 charlas que son en inglés. Vamos a tener a Puja. Ella es principal, una de las contribuidoras a la herramienta de Selenium y nos viene a platicar cómo ella propone un framework de cómo trabajar con, creo que es TDD y inteligencia artificial, así que no se lo pierdan. También por ahí vamos a tener otra charla que habla acerca de cómo trabajar muchos datos, cómo hacer pruebas a sistemas que manejan muchos datos de un alto performance, sobre todo sistemas de alto performance, para que también ustedes aprendan con nosotros. Y pues bueno, y más charlas por la tarde, pero no quiero retrasar más a nuestro invitado, así que lo voy a pasar, le voy a dar la bienvenida.
Pase usted a esta sala.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Enrique?
¿Cómo están?
Bienvenido. Un gusto tenerte por aquí. Y bueno, a lo mejor a mí me faltan palabras para describir un poco de ti. ¿No? Si gustas presentarte para que las personas que nos acompañan en la audiencia también sepan quién eres.
Claro, soy Enrique Cortes, soy líder del Hub de Inteligencia Artificial del TEC de Monterrey. Eso lo que quiere decir es, tenemos un grupo de investigación, yo diría bastante grande, son 30 investigadores y 50 estudiantes de doctorado que estudian diversos aspectos de cómo se está usando inteligencia artificial, la frontera de la inteligencia artificial, y otros están más concentrados en la aplicación en ciertas áreas de la economía. Tenemos un grupo que se dedica a salud, manufactura, últimamente mucho retail, y nos estamos metiendo un poco en la industria de la construcción. Y luego hay otro grupo que se dedica a lo que creo que aquí nos interesa, que es cómo se usa la inteligencia artificial en el desarrollo de software, ¿no?
Exacto.
Además de eso, tenemos una incubadora de startups que usan inteligencia artificial y hacemos proyectos con industria, hacemos entrenamiento. Tenemos una maestría en inteligencia artificial aplicada muy exitosa. Y bueno, ahí andamos malabareando por todo México, ¿no?
Exacto. Bueno, entonces, como verán, estamos con la persona adecuada para poder tocar el siguiente tema. Y para esto le invitamos de qué habilidades hacen falta para probar inteligencia artificial. Digo, voy a dar un poco de premisas para toda la audiencia, ¿no? Y por eso la importancia de nuestro invitado de hoy. Em, si bien hemos venido como en los 2 años anteriores, ¿no? Invitando a todo el mundo a que, bueno, deberías conocer al menos o utilizar algunas herramientas de inteligencia artificial. A lo mejor no todavía como alguien que baila e implementa, pero las usa, ¿no? Para que se asocie cómo es el servicio que proveen, cómo asisten, cómo ayudan, y también que las personas, porque bueno, adoptar una herramienta nueva, aunque ahora hablamos de inteligencia artificial, a veces, aunque uno tenga cierta edad, que se supone que deberías llegar y programar o utilizar, la realidad es que siempre que nos sorprende algo nuevo, hay una cierta resistencia, incluso pues para adoptarlo. Habrá quien dice, ay, no, para mí fue muy fácil. A lo mejor para el niño de 2 años que le diste el celular, él rápidamente sabe todo lo que, las cosas que va a encontrar ahí, pero cuando ya estamos hablando un poquito más a nivel profesional en el desarrollo de software, en estas implementaciones, hay varios aspectos que nos interesan saber y no solamente es desde el aspecto de usuario final, sino también cómo estamos preparados para nosotros hacer propuestas, analizar propuestas, desarrollarlas, entregarlas y que esto no nos juegue en contra debido a que los usuarios finales con todo esto de inteligencia artificial es como esta falsa sensación, pero eso fue lo que me dijo y era toda la verdad. Y si me la dijo mal, es tu culpa. ¿No? Entonces, Enrique, mi primera es, hablando de skills y de habilidades, hay una que está muy sonada últimamente, que es el vibe coding, vibe testing. Para nosotros los profesionales de desarrollo de software es, ¿sabes qué? Es más, vamos a hacer recortes, ya no necesitas programar. Ya con palabras naturales tú puedes empezar a desarrollar software. Entonces, nos gustaría que pudieras platicarnos qué tan cierto tú lo ves desde precisamente desde el punto de educación.
Fíjate, yo creo que tenemos que dividir esto en 2 pedazos, si quieres.
Ujú.
Hay herramientas que usan inteligencia artificial y que son usadas por desarrolladores profesionales, ¿no?
Ujú.
Pero esas cosas son asistentes, ¿sabes? De cuenta que tienes tu asistente ahí, pero tú programas. Y esas cosas son como GitHub Copilot, ¿no? Como el Oracle Code Assistant. Entonces, esas cosas no es vibe coding, ¿ok? Esto
Okay.
es, yo hago mi trabajo, pero mi productividad es mayor porque tengo un ayudante de inteligencia artificial, ¿no?
Ujú.
Y entonces tú tienes muchos de esos. Tienes Oracle Code Assistant, en AWS tienes Q Developer, IBM tiene Watson Xcode Assistant, creo que se llama. Esa es una cosa. Ahora, lo que está de moda es otra cosa. Y lo que está de moda es Vibe Coding, ¿no?
Ajá, sí.
Y Vibe Coding es como todo lo que está pasando en inteligencia artificial. Un ejecutivo lee por ahí que alguien dice que yo nada más le digo que quiero y entonces esa cosa lo desarrollo, ¿no?
Ujú.
Y ese es el folclore de esto, ¿no? Lo que
Exacto, ya no tienen que contratar a nadie,
no
ellos
tiene
pueden ir, dar
nadie
unas
que Vibe
instrucciones y
Coding,
estarán.
¿no? Bueno, lo primero es, por supuesto hay herramientas de Vibe Coding, tú puedes usar los LLMs directos saliendo de la caja para tratar de hacer Vibe Coding, pero hay cosas más poderosas, ¿no? Como Cursor y usar Cloud Sonnet, ¿no?
Ujú.
Donde tú realmente lo estás haciendo es, tú dices qué quieres y la cosa tira código, ¿no?
Ujú.
Ahora, tú dirás, ¿eso es interesante? Claro que es interesante. ¿Eso es poderoso? Claro que es poderoso. Pero cuando tú te metes y le rascas, ¿ok? Y dices, ¿para qué la gente está usando estas cosas? Estamos hablando de vibe coding, no de las herramientas que usan inteligencia artificial para ayudar a un developer.
Ajá.
Eh, Toda la evidencia, y trata de buscarla, son gente que se puso a jugar con esto, ¿no? Y hace como apps personales para un usuario, cosas muy tácticas que no van a acabar en un sistema complejo que tiene que ver con, no sé, pagos o cosas así. Entonces, hasta ahora, esto para lo que realmente sirve y es muy útil. Yo soy un emprendedor. Tengo en mi cabeza una idea. Bueno, en vez de hacer frames así pintaditos, le voy a pedir a herramientas de vibe coding que mi idea la voy a describir y lo que va a salir de ahí es un prototipo que funciona. Para eso, utilísimo. Para hacer MVPs, para hacer prototipos, para ver si mi idea tiene algún sentido, son puras tonterías. Muy útil, ¿ok? No hay nada más útil que eso, porque si tú traes tu idea de negocio en la cabeza y la puedes describir correctamente, ampliamente y sin ambigüedad, entonces esta cosa te va a dar un MVP funcional que va a hacer lo que tú le dices. Ahora, fíjate lo que dije, funcional. Esta cosa lo que hace es, tú lo describes y te da la función. Entonces, estamos hablando de función, ¿ok? Y yo como lo veo, yo lo veo mal, es un nivel más de abstracción, ¿no? En los tiempos de los dinosaurios, la gente programaba con assembly language, ¿no? Y luego vino, no sé, Fortran o algo, y la gente dijo, no, qué horror, es cosas, loops y cosas, no, bueno, llegó Fortran, y luego llegó Basic, y luego llegó C, y luego llegó... entonces, los niveles de abstracción van subiendo. Bueno, este es el nivel de abstracción, este es como el holy grail de abstracción, donde el lenguaje humano es el lenguaje de programación, ¿no? Ahora, donde estamos parados no es donde vamos a estar parados en varios años. Estamos parados en cosas que casi son, yo no diría juguete, porque no es un juguete, te puede construir algo funcionalmente, ¿no? Ahora, si tú eres un programador profesional que está haciendo cosas complicadísimas, que requieren muchas capas y mucha integración, vibe coding, en mi opinión, no es por donde te tienes que ir hoy. A veces no te vas. Ahora, pero si tú me dices, bueno, hay gente que lo usa más allá de hacer MVPs, otra vez nos pusimos a rascarle, y sí hay gente que está tratando de hacerlo en cosas más complejas. Y lo que reportan es, como te diré, sentimientos encontrados, ¿no? Porque el primero es, si tú eres un developer, como tú y yo fuimos, y Josh, no sé.
Sí.
Tú estás acostumbrado a escribir líneas de código, a entender qué hacen, y luego si algo sale mal, te vas a tus líneas de código y buscas dónde está mal, ¿no? Eso es lo que hacemos todos. Y con vibe coding, tú describes algo y funcionalmente hay código que hace lo que tú le dijiste. Pero el código, tú no lo ves, no, ¿cómo te lo ves? Pero ni siquiera lo tienes que entender, ¿ves? Porque la filosofía de vibe coding es, primero es lenguaje natural, segunda es iterativa, muy iterativa. Entonces yo digo, quiero esto, lo que sale no es lo que yo quise. Bueno, déjate platico más, lo que sale tampoco es lo que yo quise. Mira, quiero este refinamiento en esto y lo otro. Bueno, ahí está, hasta que le das. O sea, es como tú agarras una metodología rápida y la haces súper rápida con lenguaje natural. Eso es lo que hace. Y funcionalmente lo que estás viendo es lo que pediste. Exactamente lo que pediste. Y entonces más te vale describir lo que quieres muy extensamente y muy de manera clara, a la vez un poco concisa, y lo que sale es funcionalmente correcto. Ahora, ¿por qué estoy molestando con lo de funcionalmente correcto? Porque estas cosas no hacen non-functional requirements, ¿no? ¿Esto te va a ayudar a hacer seguridad? Pues no. ¿Esto va a ayudar a hacer algo que escala? No. ¿Esto va a ayudar con performance? Cuando vemos donde estamos parados, probablemente no. Y ha habido declaraciones un poco exageradas que la gente las toma y corre con ellas, ¿no? Como el CEO de Anthropic que dijo, hace 6 meses, dijo, en 6 meses, 90% del código va a ser escrito por AI. No dijo, vamos a usar herramientas que nos ayuden a bla, 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 o sea, va a pasar por la herramienta. No, dijo, 90% del código va a ser escrito por AI. Pues adivina qué, no, eso no es cierto.
Sí, claro.
Eso no es cierto, y ¿quiénes podemos constatarlo? Pues los que estamos en esta reunión, ¿no? Eso no es cierto. Ahora, lo que sí es cierto es, puede ser que un alto porcentaje de desarrolladores, digamos, profesionales, están usando herramientas que usan AI para tirar su código y todo ese tipo. Eso sí puede ser cierto, no lo dudo, pero AI escribió a través, digamos, con una descripción en lenguaje natural, el código que uso en producción. Eso no ha pasado, esa predicción no es cierta. Es un poco ambigua, ¿no? Porque la puedes interpretar de muchas maneras, pero eso no ha pasado.
Claro, incluso como estuvo mencionando el CEO de Microsoft, donde dijo, no, en tanto tiempo, ya ustedes van a poder, bueno, no usó la palabra reemplazar, pero ya vas a usar más agentes de inteligencia artificial para hacer código en lugar de programadores. Después hizo recortes, ¿no? Pero yo pienso que es porque invirtieron ahora en otros proyectos y a esas personas ya no las necesitan para ese proyecto, pero no porque necesitaron menos programadores.
Mira, a mí no me sorprende que haya recortes, por ejemplo, en servicio al cliente, ¿no? Eso es más fácil de entender, pero hoy reemplazar programadores por Vibe Development, eso no tiene sentido, ¿ves? De hecho, hice algo más, porque tú me preguntaste hace como una semana, vamos a hablar de esto, y tú búscale los trabajos abiertos que tienen que ver con Vibe Coding, ¿no? O Vibe Development. Y no hay muchos. Primero, no hay muchos. Segundo, hay algunos muy bien pagados en Estados Unidos. Y los que son muy bien pagados, más bien es, busco un arquitecto o un full stack que como que le gustaría ver qué onda con Vibe Coding para ver cómo lo vamos a usar después. Es lo que dice la descripción de puesto, ¿no? Pero la gente dice, mira, hay puestos ahí en Visa y en quién sabe qué de Vibe Coding. No son de Vibe Coding, ¿no?
Es cierto, es una cosa que
es una cosa que tienes que saber. O lo que sí es cierto, y yo no sabía, es en Y Combinator, que es el lugar para las startups. Ahí aparentemente ahora hay una regla que dice, tú vas a usar Vibe Coding. Ya no queremos que uses programación tradicional. Lo cual me parece muy interesante porque
claro.
va a empujar el estado del arte de manera muy interesante. Entonces, ve, en resumen, pregunta muy compleja, ¿estas cosas son interesantes? Sí, porque son el nuevo, digamos, un paso más hacia una abstracción más interesante. ¿Funcionan para sistemas altamente complejos? Hoy no. ¿Podrían hacerlo? ¿Por qué no? ¿No? Como todo lo que está pasando en inteligencia artificial. Hay un grado de realidad, hay un grado de exageración, y lo que sale en los medios es generalmente exagerado. Es lo que está pasando aquí. Pero yo sí les diría, porque yo lo hice, porque me dio curiosidad, vayan y jueguen con estas cosas. Y lo que van a ver es muy interesante y es una manera de pensar bien diferente a la tradicional. Muy, muy, muy diferente. Porque estamos acostumbrados a ver código y tocarlo y esto es diferente. Voy a iterar hasta que me salga funcionalmente bien.
Y confiaré en lo que me dé.
Confiaré en lo que me dé. Ahora, por ejemplo, está leyendo ciertas cosas de refactoring, ¿no? De code refactoring. Y la mayoría de las reseñas de eso lo que dicen es, cuando yo hago refactoring del code, simplemente le hace así y ya y me lo regresa, pero es como algo estético, vamos a decir. O sea, ¿no?
Claro.
Cosas así, ¿no? De que todavía falta mucho refinamiento de este tipo de herramientas.
Sí, yo estaba viendo que, bueno, de pronto todos estos modelos de inteligencia artificial, digamos que a lo mejor los que alimentan a estas herramientas, tienen como si estuvieran compitiendo en evaluaciones. Ya mi inteligencia artificial, logra resolver este tipo de problemas. Y luego sale otro, sí, pero el mío es muy bueno, haciendo otras cosas y cada vez van aumentando. Pero, al final de cuentas, como tú dices, bueno, y también platicando con otros desarrolladores o quienes producen producto, justo cuando ellos empiezan a decir, ¿puedo yo crear algo y decirle a la inteligencia artificial, revísamelo, revisa el código? Puede que como tipo herramienta SonarQube, que les haga un análisis semántico, ¿no? Aquí te falta punto y coma, aquí debiste tener una llave, no lo sé. y hace ciertas recomendaciones, digamos, fundamentales en los lenguajes, ¿no? Pero al final la lógica de negocio, o el que esté montado en cierta infraestructura, ¿no? Que a lo mejor resuelve de forma distinta también, eso pues no te lo va a decir, ¿no? Al menos no ahorita, ¿no?
No ahorita, exactamente, no ahorita, pero creo que le diste al clavo, ¿no? Es la lógica de negocios, ¿quién la conoce? Pues no la herramienta de vibe coding, la conoce el que conoce el negocio. Y eso sí va a estar difícil que cambie, ¿eh? O sea, hay dos cosas que va a estar difícil. Una es la comprensión del negocio y trasladar eso con pensamiento computacional a algo que se puede ejecutar. Entonces, esa es una función, yo diría, difícil, escasa, no todo el mundo sabe hacer eso. Y la otra es el asunto no funcional, la arquitectura. Y eso lo que realmente quiere decir para todos nosotros es nuestros skills tienen que evolucionar. Porque si tú eres un tester manual que sabía hacer XYZ con Java o lo que sea, entonces eso va a ser menos importante que saber más de arquitectura y saber más de negocio. Eso, ahora, ¿estamos ahí? No, pero más nos vale a todos entender eso.
Claro, claro. Sí, porque también veía que, por ejemplo, hay unas herramientas que han salido, muchas, una que otra compañía dice, bueno, ahora que ya va a haber agentes y que ellos te van a ir y ayudar, o sea, dices, quiero el desarrollador o el tester que hagan tal o tal actividad. Y los tienes trabajando, vamos a decirlo así, te están haciendo el código y el otro está refinando y está revisando que estén bien las ejecuciones, pero entre las preocupaciones de pronto de usar agentes es también qué información tienen y qué información acceden. Entonces, estas herramientas que han salido es para decir, con esta herramienta vas a controlar agentes, supervisarlos, a dónde pueden entrar, a dónde no, qué permisos. Y lo que yo percibo es que, bueno, un skill es, sí, aprende a usar agentes o a programarlos y que hagan las actividades. Luego aprende a usar la herramienta que los gestiona y les dice qué hacer o los controla. Y luego aprende a monitorearlos y asignarles niveles de seguridad, porque no te equivoques, porque la herramienta también te va a decir, tú puedes poner la configuración humana que tú quieras, ¿no? Entonces, yo lo que yo he visto con los años es que cada vez al tester hay más capas que hay que supervisar en realidad, que nos agregan más trabajo, ¿no? O sea, llegar a decir, eres un nivel senior o tienes mucho tiempo de experiencia o mucho conocimiento, en realidad, incluso hasta para alguien que ya, digo, yo tengo más de 20 años, pero es de, todavía faltan un montón de herramientas si quiero ser vigente, ¿no?
Esa es una discusión bien interesante, voy a decir, porque me va a salir de testing hacia otras cosas, ¿no?
Sí.
Hoy agentes es lo de moda, ¿estás de acuerdo?
Sí.
Es lo de moda. Y entonces todo el mundo va a ser agentes, porque agentes es lo del futuro, y no sé qué, como dices, le agregas capas, ¿no? Y ahora, ¿cómo vamos a ver qué hacen estos agentes? Y ahora, ¿cómo los vamos a supervisar? ¿Y qué tal cuando haya miles de agentes y no sé qué? Y luego de repente en el mundo real te das cuenta de que creo que esto que tengo que hacer no necesita agentes.
Ahí lo voy a hacer aquí ya bien rápido yo. Sí.
Yo lo voy a hacer aquí, no necesita agentes. Y eso está pasando en el mundo real, que la gente dice, agentes y no sé qué, no sé qué, y entonces voy a tener 2 agentes que hacen quién sé qué, y luego dices, no sé si esto lo podría hacer más fácil que con agentes. Y la respuesta a veces sí, ¿no?
Como la automatización también,
Como la
¿no?
automatización, como a mí yo hablo con muchas compañías todo el tiempo en todas las industrias y de repente llegan, oye, ¿cómo uso inteligencia artificial para hacer no sé qué ondas y no sé qué? Y luego nos ponen a ver cuál es tu problema. Y a veces hasta me da pena decir, la respuesta es un macro de Excel, lo que necesitas.
Sí, claro.
Un Google Forms
un Google
se acabó.
Es una encuestita de, ¿cómo se llama? Elephant, no sé qué ondas. Eso
Sí.
es lo que necesitas.
¿Sí?
Y entonces aquí es el famoso, ¿cómo se llama? La respuesta más sencilla es la respuesta correcta, ¿no? Entonces, aunque sí vale la pena entender los agentes y las herramientas de los agentes y cuáles son las capas de los agentes, no tenemos que ir con la finta de que todo se va a tener que hacer con agentes. Igual que nos debemos ir con la finta de que todo va a ser vibe coding en 6 meses, como dijo ese señor, ¿no? No, estas cosas evolucionan. Por cierto, no encontré un solo trabajo abierto de vibe coding en México.
Para empezar.
Y encontré un sitio muy especializado de openings de vibe coding en Estados Unidos. Y te digo, la gran mayoría era, necesito gente muy senior que me explique cómo funciona esta onda. ¿Cómo la podremos usar? Es lo que dice. De vez en cuando sí te encuentras uno que dice, necesito un desarrollador de vibe coding, que generalmente son startups los que buscan eso, ¿no? Y acuérdate, las startups son los que usan las cosas más locas porque pueden, porque lo que sea, ¿no? Porque todavía se enfrentan a problemas de escala o de performance. Entonces está bien que usen vibe coding y eso va a empujar a toda la tecnología a mucha más sofisticación, ¿no? Pero yo lo que diría es, no tenemos que usar todo lo supermoderno que va saliendo, ¿no? Si tú te fijas, una vez me salgo de testing, el verdadero valor hoy de la inteligencia artificial es en cosas súper aburridísimas. ¿Eh? Súper aburridísimas. Donde realmente hay un return on investment en la industria, es en cosas que tienen que ver con mi proceso de manufactura o lo que sea, y entonces le voy a sacar 10% más de jugo a eso. Y eso me deja millones de dólares, pero...
Ya venía millones y me va a dar más millones, ¿no?
Me va a dar más millones, pero cuando yo hago eso me tengo que fijar en el proceso y en la gente, o sea, tengo que hacer algo más complejo que simplemente poner ahí algo de inteligencia artificial. Lo mismo es cierto, yo creo en desarrollo de software y testing, no nada más pongo algo ahí y va a funcionar, sino tienes que cambiar tus procesos. Platicando con alguien bien inteligente me dijo esto. ¿Qué pasaría si yo trato vamos a suponer que vibe coding puede hacer edificios, ¿no? Vamos a decir. Y entonces yo le digo, yo quiero un edificio de 20 pisos, que quién sé qué, que se parezca a tal cosa y no sé qué. ¿Tú crees que eso va a funcionar?
Pues
no.
No me metería al edificio, muy peligroso.
No. Y entonces lo que esta persona me dijo es, ¿y sabes por qué la gente puede hacer edificios que no se caen? No, yo no sé hacer edificios. Dice, porque hay códigos de construcción, por eso. ¿Ah? O sea, tú no construyes un edificio como se te pega la gana. Tienes que seguir un código de construcción que dice, si estás en un terreno, no sé, de fango y no sé qué, entonces el código ahí es que tienes que hacer pilotes y no sé qué ondas, y luego si estás en un lugar de huracanes, tienes que hacer esto y lo otro. Y hoy en vibe coding, ese código de construcción no hay. ¿Ah? Entonces lo que estamos creando son cosas funcionales, bonitas, pero no son edificios de 20 pisos. Esa es una. Ahora, la otra es, y esto no lo he experimentado personalmente, vibe coding no te da mucho en el lado de UX y interacción con el usuario. ¿Ah? Te da una cosa funcional buena y una interacción regular, vamos a decir. Y entonces el lado UX, hasta ahora, vibe coding no ha servido mucho para eso. ¿Ah? Y entonces ahí hay que tener cuidado con qué nos da vibe coding otra vez. Pero te digo, a mí esto me entusiasma mucho porque está bien padre. Pero como todo hay que ser un poco escéptico y como todo hay que entender hoy dónde estamos parados y para qué sirven estas cosas hoy, que están evolucionando muy rápido, eso sí es cierto. Y algo que dijiste me acordó de algo que todos tenemos que recordar. Estas cosas son entrenadas. Ajá. Ahora, ¿entrenadas con qué? Con código. ¿Cuál código? Pues el que hay ahí, ¿ves?
El que han hecho también mal otros.
Exactamente, código bueno y malo que está en un repositorio, como por ejemplo Git, ¿no? Eso es lo que se usa para entrenar a los asistentes. Entonces, si lo que tú vas a hacer se parece a alguien que ya hizo bien, qué bueno para ti y qué suerte. Pues si quieres hacer algo que, no te voy a decir que nadie ha hecho nunca, pero es diferente, lo más probable es que quién sabe qué va a salir ahí. Y luego la otra es, y también hay código basura, ¿no? Por todos lados. Entonces, esto es igualito que usar ChatGPT, ¿no?
Ajá.
Estas cosas son probabilísticas, o muchas veces van a inventar cosas. Ahora, están acotadas al código que está en un repositorio, ¿no? Pero ahí puede haber basura, ahí puede haber tonterías. Y luego este código va a ser reutilizado para volver a entrenar las herramientas. Es lo que está pasando en ChatGPT y todas esas cosas, ¿no? Entonces, código basura está alimentado. Supongo que tienen algún tipo de gate, ¿no? Para evitar ese tipo de cosas. Y luego tu código desarrollado con Vibe va a alimentar a las herramientas de regreso, ¿no? Y entonces eso también hay que tenerlo en cuenta. Por eso lo que dices, ¿no? De que parece un concurso de, ahora mi herramienta puede ser no sé qué ondas, y ahora la mía también, y ahora quién sé qué. Pues porque están reentrenándolas, ¿no? Con código diferente. Que
Fíjate,
por cierto, déjate hacer un comentario. A gente como yo, cuando salió todo esto de LLMs, nosotros pensábamos que el efecto verdadero iba a ser en otras cosas, no en software development, para nada.
Ajá.
Pero estas herramientas, lo que pasa con ellas es, les da lo mismo si es Swahili o Klingon o inglés o C, les da igual, ¿ves? Porque es lenguaje.
Ajá.
Entonces, ese fue un efecto de rebote, ese no fue planeado, te lo puedo asegurar. Pero
Ujú,
de rebote resulta que funcionan razonablemente bien.
ujú. Sí. Oye, y entonces ahora, y yendo un poquito hacia lo de las habilidades que deberían de, bueno, y yo comparto contigo esta idea de que uno debe de irse fortaleciendo o estar más convencido de que el sueño siempre fue llegar a ser arquitecto, ¿no?
Sí,
De software, ¿no? O
sí,
sea, sí sabías que ibas a pasar por un tiempo, a lo mejor al inicio eras tipo analista, luego eras como el más experto en un tema y luego ya en muchas herramientas, a lo mejor luego, hablando técnicamente, cómo te vas preparando, ¿no?
sí,
Ya
sí.
luego el especialista y después ya un arquitecto que puede diseñar sistemas. O sea, siempre ha sido de alguna manera el path de carrera, a lo mejor otros decían hacer otra cosa, pero ese es en general técnicamente como uno crece. Entonces, todo este aspecto de inteligencia artificial relacionada con desarrollo de software, entonces, hablando de las habilidades, ¿aparecieron otras que haya que enseñar o no? Y siguen siendo las mismas y más bien esperemos que aspiren todos a ser arquitectos.
Fíjate, es bien curioso, porque si tú lo ves, una vez más, me salgo de software engineering, me voy a las herramientas de IA generativo. Está la moda de prompt engineering, ¿no?
Ujú, sí.
Y prompt engineering, la verdad, no quiere decir nada. O sea, ¿qué es eso? O sea,
Ajá.
porque prompt engineering lo que quiere decir es, yo le voy a alimentar, por ejemplo, en el caso de Vibe, le voy a alimentar básicamente lo que es un requerimiento funcional del sistema. Es lo que voy a hacer. Entonces, el truco no está en cómo estructuro. Hay un poco de truco de cómo estructuro el prompt, pero el contenido del prompt es lo importante, ¿no? Y ahora
Ujú,
ya sabemos cómo estructurar los prompts. Entonces, la idea de prompt engineering es una tontería, en mi opinión. Lo que
ujú,
no es una tontería es, yo creo que hay como dos cosas medio raras que, por ejemplo, cuando yo pienso, ¿qué le vamos a enseñar a los chavos, no?
ujú.
Primero, les tienes que enseñar los fundamentos duros, duros, duros que no han cambiado desde que yo estudié con los dinosaurios, ¿ok? ¿Y cuáles son los fundamentos duros, duros, duros? Son los de siempre. Ciertos elementos matemáticos, algoritmos, data, ¿qué más? Cosas un poco de complejidad, ese tipo de cosas. Eso, desde que yo estudié, esa cosa no ha cambiado.
Ujú.
No ha cambiado ni un poquito, excepto que de repente alguien nos sorprende y dice, los chinos mejoraron el algoritmo de Dijkstra 20 años después. Pues sí, 20 años después, ¿ves?
Sí.
Entonces, esos fundamentos son a fuerzas. Luego, el otro que va a ser muy útil aquí es saber comunicar, ¿no? Que eso se traslada hacia prompts.
Saber escribir,
Saber escribir, o sea, fíjate hacia dónde íbamos,
Imaginar, ¿no?
escribir puras tonterías, hola, ¿qué hace? Y esas cosas, ya no va a jalar, o sea, hoy tenemos que escribir bien,
No,
claro, conciso, lógicamente correcto, estructurado.
estructurado.
Entonces, aprender a escribir, aprender a comunicarte. Y luego el otro muy útil es entender un poco o un mucho lo que hacen los negocios, ¿ok? Por cómo funcionan los negocios, qué hacen los negocios. Si me piden X, Y, Z, ¿eso qué tiene que ver con el negocio? Eso es útil. ¿Ah?
Ujú.
Y el otro es arquitectura, que es a donde todo mundo, todos aquí, bueno, yo hace tiempo, yo quiero ser arquitecto porque eso es lo chido. Pues sí, es que eso es lo chido, la verdad, ¿no?
Ujú,
Ahora, hoy la función del arquitecto, yo te diría, es más fácil y más compleja que en la época de los dinosaurios, porque tú tienes todo este desarrollo en la nube, ¿no?
ujú.
Que tú puedes armar las cosas ahí bien padres y lo que sea, pero por otro lado, tienes 20,000 capas, ¿no? que tienes que entender.
Y
Y
si
luego,
aparecen otras, pues también.
exacto, y se aparecen más capas. Entonces, yo no veo, ¿cómo te diré? Esas cosas que te acabo de escribir, o sea, primero los cimientos matemáticos de algoritmos y de data, ese es a fuerzas, ¿no? Luego, lo de en medio, software engineering, se ha ido desarrollando padre y todo eso. Y luego lo de arriba, que es la habilidad de comunicar, escribir, entender el negocio, y luego el lado de arquitectura. Eso no va a cambiar tan rápido como lo que está en medio.
Sí, sí,
Y
sí.
eso nos ha pasado a todos. Haz de cuenta, en los dinosaurios, yo era el Master and Commander de hacer desarrollo de software en una cosa que se llamaba Lisp, L-I-S-P. Para
Ajá.
nuestra audiencia más joven, no va a saber qué cosa es eso, porque primero una cosa muy especializada, muy exótica y muy lo que quieras. Bueno, yo el Master en Commander. Ahora, de repente Lisp ya no se usa, pues ¿qué voy a hacer? Voy a aprender otra cosa. Y estamos ahí parados siempre, todo el tiempo, en qué es lo que sigue y qué es lo que sigue. Y hoy lo que sigue es esta abstracción arriba de los lenguajes de programación que se llama lenguaje natural, español, inglés, lo que sea. Entonces, esa transición va a pasar, no sé cuándo, y eso no quiere decir que vamos a dejar de programar o de hacer lo que estamos haciendo hoy, simplemente quiere decir la trayectoria es para allá. Ajá.
Claro,
Y
claro.
como otras trayectorias, por ejemplo, yo estaba viendo varios videos en YouTube donde la gente dice, no solo estoy haciendo vibe coding, lo cual está padre, sino yo ni escribo, yo platico lo que quiero. Pues está padre también, o sea, ya no voy a usar mi computadora, voy a, no sé cómo, con Alexa voy a decir, mira, yo quiero un sitio web que haga esto y lo otro, quién sé qué, quién sé cuánto, y ya, y luego va a aparecer en mi dispositivo por ahí.
Ajá.
Ahora, lo interesante es en qué lenguaje, el que sea, ¿ves? El que caiga, el que use la herramienta.
Ajá.
Entonces, de repente, ese lenguaje computacional ya no es tan importante. Pero lo que sí es importante es la arquitectura, porque si tú estás en esta cosa iterativa, hablándole algo para que te den algo funcional y no tienes las reglas de construcción, pues te va a salir puras juguetes o puras tonterías.
Claro. Fíjate, contrastando un poco, o más bien haciendo una comparación. Cuando yo decido que necesito aprender inglés, ¿no? Yo me di cuenta, pues al inicio, o sea, y hablando de un lenguaje, ¿no? Y la comunicación, yo me di cuenta que yo, al hacer las traducciones, lo que yo creía estar diciendo en español, en inglés yo estaba diciendo otra cosa porque no empleaba las palabras que realmente significaban eso en inglés, ¿no?
Ujú.
Y pude corregir eso hasta que empecé a hablar bien español, ¿no? Esta no es la palabra que tú tienes que emplear para describir esto, ¿no? Digamos, el slang que a veces uno usa,
Sí.
o entonces, en nuestro lenguaje, y más en español, a lo mejor en otros lenguajes no pasa tanto, pero hacemos empleamos muchas palabras de otras formas no correctas para decir las cosas, ¿no?
Sí.
Entonces, si ya en el día a día, independientemente de la inteligencia artificial de persona a persona, oye, quiero que hagas esto, para mí esas palabras significan una cosa, las empleo para referirme a algo, esa persona también hace otra interpretación, va, se equivoca, y hasta que un día tenemos un entendimiento de, ya sé, cuando Blanca dice esto, quiso decir esto otro, ¿no? Y hay un tiempo para entendernos, y si nunca nos dimos cuenta de eso, nos caemos mal y nos separamos, ¿no? Te despido
Ujú.
y ya. Y acá en la inteligencia artificial no te da esa retroalimentación de, ¿sabes qué? La verdad es que no sabes hablar.
Sí,
Puede ser que me estés pidiendo varias cosas distintas, elige una, ¿no?
pero ve, no la belleza. Una característica de IA generativa
Ujú.
es que lo que sea que tú le pides, esta cosa te va a tratar de complacer.
Sí.
Olvídate de vibe coding, lo que sea que le pidas. A mí me encantan las ensaladas y te va a decir, qué rico. Quiero 3 recetas de ensaladas, pero muy creativas y te las va a dar. Y luego hasta hace poco tú podías decir, y quiero que esas ensaladas tengan tuercas, porque yo como tuercas. Y te va a dar recetas de ensaladas que con tuercas. A lo mejor no es lo que querías decir, pero es lo que dijiste. ¿Ah?
Ajá, claro.
Aquí es lo mismo, si tú lo ves conceptualmente, vibe coding es un problema de traducción. Eso es lo que es, así como lo que tú estás pensando, ¿no? De yo hablaba inglés, no hablaba tan bien. Lo que tú dices del inglés, para mí es el francés. O sea, yo hablo un francés horrible y la gente que me quiere entender, pues hace el esfuerzo de entenderme, ¿no? Y entonces, sí es cierto, ese feedback no pasa porque IA generativa está hecha para no rechazar tu prompt, porque no te va a decir, no entiendo qué estás diciendo. Nunca, nunca, jamás. Lo que va a tratar es de interpretar lo que estás diciendo de la mejor manera posible con mis datos de entrenamiento. Punto, se acabó. Ahora, otra cosa que la IA generativa no sabe hacer, es decir, lo que me estás pidiendo no sé hacerlo. Eso no existe, ¿ves? Porque esta cosa es una herramienta, vamos a decir, probabilística, que lo que está buscando es como una herramienta probabilística que lo que dice es, lo que me pidió Blanca es esto y yo lo voy a encontrar como sea. Y si no lo encuentro, lo voy a aproximar. En otras palabras, alucinaciones, etc.
Hablaré lo más cercano posible de ello.
Le daré lo más cercano que pueda encontrar en mis datos de entrenamiento de acuerdo con lo que entendí que Blanca me dijo. Bueno, ese problema de traducción es lo mismito en vibe coding, igualito. Es lo que te entendí fue lo que te estoy dando con mis datos de entrenamiento. Y se acabó. No te va a dar ni más ni menos que lo que yo entendí. Entonces ahí viene la importancia de la comunicación y el lenguaje, ¿no? Porque el vibe coder lo que está haciendo es, primero se voltea al problema, vamos a decir que es un problema de negocios. Y entonces lo entiendo bien y luego lo tengo que explicar de una manera que eso sea algo funcional, ¿no? Y ese es el problema de traducción, es doble traducción, ¿no? Primero traduce la necesidad del negocio a algo que puede ser un prompt en una herramienta de vibe coding, y vibe coding va a hacer buenamente lo que pueda con sus datos de entrenamiento y para complacerte. Imagínate, es un amigo muy complaciente. Oye, ¿tú sabes dónde está la Catedral de Guadalajara? Yo no sé. Y te digo, mira, te vas 3 cuadras para allá y 2 para allá, y luego ya preguntas, ahí va a estar bien cerca. ¿Okay? Es lo que hace la IA generativa. Se está volviendo mejor y mejor y mejor, pero eso es lo que hace. No sabe decir no, y lo que tú le digas lo va a hacer exactamente como lo entendió, vamos a decir. Que por cierto, esto me trae algo interesante. Hoy tú, si usas ChatGPT, lo puedes hacer en inglés, en chino, en lo que tú quieras, ¿no? Hacer tu prompt. Yo preferiría, si estamos usando sobre todo vibe coding, que lo que hagas lo hagas en inglés. Simplemente porque los datos de entrenamiento son mucho más amplios, ¿no?
Ajá.
Y probablemente lo que te va a dar en el código viene de código que desarrolló alguien en inglés. Entonces, yo diría, todavía estamos en esa etapa, ¿no? Donde la mayoría de los datos de entrenamiento vienen de, adivina qué, Estados Unidos y digamos, anglohablantes,
Ajá.
¿no?
Bueno, eso si agarras la IA de Estados Unidos, porque entonces compiten los chinos, pero si sabes chino, bueno, allá ve pregunta, ¿no?
Buena suerte. Ajá.
Claro.
Sí, pero sí es cierto, ¿eh? Eso sí es cierto. Y los chinos están tomando un camino diferente en esto de IA. O sea, si tú ves lo que está pasando, los gringos lo que dicen es, yo soy imbatible porque tengo estos data centers súper enormes, con datos súper enormes, y voy a seguir entrenando esto con más datos, y eso va a evolucionar en algo bien padre. Yo espero, dicen. Los chinos tomaron otro camino, que es, yo no tengo los chips de Nvidia, yo no tengo nada de eso, tengo chips más modestos, vamos a decir. Entonces yo no voy a competir en entrenar con más y más datos y trillones de parámetros y no sé qué. Yo lo que voy a hacer es datos mejores y algoritmos y modelos mejores. Y lo dicen abiertamente, es mi camino es diferente. Pues vamos a ver 2 tipos de esto, ¿eh? Y vamos a ver cuál gana. Yo lamentablemente creo que yo voy más del lado chino que del lado gringo, pero pues aquí estamos, ¿no?
Claro, y aún no sé chino, entonces.
Ya no sé chino, entonces tengo que aprender. Y todo. Lo bueno es que tengo buenos traductores de chino,
Claro.
que se llaman ChatGPT y todo eso.
Tenemos IA para eso.
Sí. Oye, y bueno, entonces, como retomando esta parte, yéndose al final de las habilidades, pues entonces no deberíamos sentir miedo tampoco, como que nos estamos quedando atrás. O sea, al final, Sí, es la dinámica que, como tú lo mencionas, viene siendo desde hace muchos años, desde que decidieron hacer software, bueno, siempre va a salir otra cosa, ¿no? Otra capa de abstracción. Pero entonces, ¿es suficiente o, por decirlo así, regularmente las escuelas preparan a los ingenieros que van hacia software, ¿no? Pues de 3 a 5 años, dependiendo en dónde ellos se preparen. Y aunque sabemos que esto es continuo, pero es suficiente, sigue siendo para poder tener un trabajo inmediato después de la escuela. O sea, siguen siendo... porque lo que yo tengo la impresión es que algunas veces este tipo de cosas, como dices tú, las promocionan mucho, que de pronto es, bueno, pues sí voy a tener un junior que venga y use la herramienta de inteligencia artificial, me sale más económico a nivel negocio, no tengo que contratar un arquitecto, pero de todas maneras me viene a hacer más cosas que no necesariamente son funcionales. Entonces, eso agrega para la gente que recién va a emplearse, por decirlo así, que todavía tendría que aprender algo para no equivocarse con estas herramientas. Digo, no pueden llegar tan rápido a arquitectos, pero ¿es suficiente lo que tienen?
No, mira, yo creo que lo que sí deberíamos enseñar a los jóvenes es a usar las herramientas, digamos, profesionales de desarrollo de software que usan inteligencia artificial, ¿ok? Los Git Copilot y los Code Assistants y esas cosas. Eso, esas fuerzas, ya no hay vuelta de hoja. Ahora, también les deberíamos enseñar, oye, hay esta cosa que se llama Vibe Code, que está en sus inicios, pero puede desarrollarse en algo muy interesante en algún momento. Hoy no. Entonces, no esperes, joven que va en sexto semestre, que tu trabajo va a ser de vibe coding, excepto si te ponen a hacer juguetes, ¿no? O sea, eso sí, voy a un internship y te dicen, a ver, usa vibe code y haz algo. Pues lo voy a hacer, ¿no? Está padre.
Ve a un hackathon y hazlo, sí.
Ándale, un hackathon de vibe coding. De hecho, sería una buena idea, fíjate, se me ocurre que es una buena idea. Pero te voy a decir lo que a mí se me hace peligroso, y ya estamos viendo evidencia de eso. ¿Qué hacen los jóvenes recién egresados cuando los contrata alguien, no? Pues hacen lo más fácil que hay que hacer bajo la supervisión de alguien. Y en todas las industrias lo que está pasando es hacer lo más fácil de esa industria, lo puede hacer con IA, generativa o no generativa. Entonces, lo que podría pasar, porque ya hay cierta evidencia de que está pasando hasta cierto grado, es que se contraten menos empleados junior. Pero no porque hubo más eficiencia, sino porque, oye, eso que hacían los juniors, lo puedo hacer con vibe coding, digamos, ¿no?
Claro.
¿Qué quiero un junior si tengo vibe coding? No me cuesta nada. Y de todos modos, lo que iba a hacer el junior lo iba a tirar porque era un experimento, vamos a decir. Por eso no crees que es de software, eso está pasando en muchos lados, con los abogados y con mucha gente está pasando eso, ¿no? Que dice, ¿qué hacían los muy jóvenes? Pues leían cosas y luego me hacían resúmenes. Pues sí, pero ¿para qué quiero eso si ya tengo, no sé, Meta AI o lo que sea?
Sí.
Entonces, ahí sí hay un peligro, pero si tú me dices, ¿en qué los entreno? Yo los entreno en herramientas modernas de software development que usen AI, eso es primero, o herramientas modernas de testing que use AI o lo que sea. Luego yo les daría una embarrada de vibe coding, nada más para, mira, esto es lo que viene, entonces aguas con eso. Y luego las otras cosas que hemos platicado, ¿no? Los fundamentos de software y de, digamos, matemáticos y, yo no diría teóricos, o sea, algoritmos no es teórico, algoritmo y data, ¿no? Y luego el lado de cómo se construyen sistemas modernos, vamos a decirle arquitectura a eso, requerimientos no funcionales, y luego la necesidad de, adivina qué, tienes que leer rápido, tienes que escribir bien, tienes que interactuar con la gente del negocio aunque te caigan mal, ¿ok? Eso tienes que saber. Entonces, sí les tenemos que enseñar cosas diferentes, pero no deberíamos nadie tenerle miedo a esto, nadie.
Ok. Josh, estuviste muy callada. ¿Tienes
Buenas.
para Enrique?
Es que no quería interrumpir porque me parece que sí la inteligencia artificial nos viene a ayudar a muchas tareas repetitivas, como bien lo está diciendo Enrique. Sin embargo, me parece que no estamos dimensionando hasta dónde podemos llegar y también me parece que no estamos viendo las consecuencias de, ¿no? Sí es verdad que estoy tire y tire y tire prompts, pero ¿por qué no a la primera nos sale? O sea, creo que nuestra imaginación, nuestra estructura, nuestro lenguaje, nuestra capacidad, ¿no? Como que no nos está dando para que en el primero o segundo prompt, ¡pum!, ya quede, ¿no? Tenemos que estar duro y duro, y creo que ya en el futuro, en el mediano plazo, vamos a ver ese tipo de materias en donde realmente ya tengamos que tener esa estructura mental, ¿no? Como que ya tenemos que tener estos parámetros en donde organiza tus ideas, piénsalas bien, ahora estructúralas y ahora como que
Sí.
plásmalas, para que entonces la inteligencia artificial realmente nos pueda ayudar de la manera más rápida posible, ¿no? ¿Cómo ve?
Que si te fijas, Josh, eso no es diferente a aprender la sintaxis de un lenguaje de programación.
Exacto,
Es
tal
como
cual,
si,
como
si
decía
dijeras,
Blanca.
mira, voy a tirar código en C y a ver qué pasa. Ah, no jaló. Bueno, voy a tirar más código porque el otro no jaló. No, no haces eso nunca lo vas a hacer, ¿ves? Pero ahora es con lenguaje natural. Es lo mismo, ¿entiendes? Entonces sí va a haber estructuras y maneras de pensar que sean, ahí te va mi prompt y yo espero que jale la primera vez, porque hoy la filosofía de esto de vibe coding es que es altamente iterativo y experimental, ¿no? Yo digo algo y no salió, y te digo otra cosa, y ahora te digo otra, y así. Y lo que estamos diciendo aquí es otra cosa, si vamos a hacer esto profesionalmente, vamos a aprender a hacerlo bien estructurado, que no sea tan iterativo hacia lo menso, porque eso no te lleva a ningún lado.
Sí, lo que yo veo es que esta pequeña dificultad, ¿no? De pronto de que, aunque incluso haces como la misma pregunta o sea, el mismo texto que metiste, te puede devolver resultados diferentes en diferentes ocasiones, ¿no? Ya sea porque el modelo también cambió, lo entrenaron más, no sé, como tú dices, ya les di una respuesta que no es correcta. Yo sé que no hacen ese razonamiento, pero le voy a dar otra diferente, a ver si ahora sí.
Todos estos modelos tienen un parámetro que creo que se llama temperatura, que es temperatura cero. Tú me preguntas algo, te digo X, y me lo vas a preguntar, te digo X. Y luego ese parámetro, cuando lo cambias, lo que está haciendo es algo aleatorio ahí en medio. Y entonces hasta arriba va a ser, cada vez que me preguntas algo, te doy una respuesta diferente, porque tú me dijiste que eso es lo que querías, ¿ves? Ahí lo importante es porque tú me dijiste que es lo que querías. Entonces, sí, estas herramientas tienen parámetros de cuánta flexibilidad tengo en lo que te estoy dando.
Fíjate que estaba ahorita recordando, hace muchos años, antes hacíamos los famosos flujos de usuario, ¿no? Los tal UML. Se me hace que eso va a volver a regresar, esas nuevas métodos, bueno, esa tecnología va a volver a ser nueva, ¿no? Porque así como el de yo como usuario quiero y los 20,000 flujitos o el functional walkthrough, todos esos me parece que ya vamos a volver a adoptarlos para poder llegar a
Yo
este
creo que
fin
sí, porque
común,
si tú ves
¿no?
el UML y todos derivados de eso, lo que hacen es, bueno, ya tengo este flujo de usuario y luego lo bajo de nivel, lo bajo de nivel, lo bajo de nivel, ¿no? Y lo que te ahorras es lo bajo de nivel, lo bajo de nivel. Pero el UML, digamos, hasta el nivel de arriba, pues va a ser muy útil para este tipo de herramientas. Claro. Pero lo curioso es, antes, vamos a le voy a decir dibujito, ¿no? Por decirle algo. Era útil porque te ayudaba a entender el problema y luego lo ibas bajando de niveles de abstracción hasta código. Y ahora lo que vas a hacer es, aquí está mi dibujito, y ahora tú, AI, interpreta mi dibujito y hazme código. O sea, me estoy ahorrando pasos, en otras palabras.
Exacto. Ay, Dios
Toda
mío.
la razón.
Oye, Enrique, pues, digo, no sé, la verdad, me falta tiempo. Tú sabes, siempre quiero saber más.
Pero es
Pero,
interesante lo que está pasando, sin duda, ¿no? Y lo que dice Josh también es cierto, no sabemos dónde va a acabar esto, porque las cosas están cambiando bien rápido. Entonces, lo que dije hoy, si lo oímos en 6 meses, van a decir, este menso la regó totalmente. 95% del código lo hacemos con Byte. Y
él
no sé,
no
pues,
creía, pero ya lo logramos.
exacto, exactamente. Pero hay mucho marketing alrededor de esto, entonces hay muchos mitos y leyendas, ¿no?
No, pero en lo que coincido pues también contigo y bueno, no sé si nuestra audiencia qué pensará, ¿no? Pero que lo fundamental sigue siendo importante, quizás como el poder como alcanzar y permanecer actualizado en los sistemas, hablando de software, pues es que nunca ha cambiado, siempre tienes que estar estudiando, ¿no? Quieres lograrlo, hacerlo mejor, tienes que entenderlo más, tienes que investigar más para que eso suceda.
Bueno, lo que sí es cierto es que herramientas como testing, como QA, pues te ayudan mucho, ¿no? Porque puedes decir, genérame unit testing, y genérame datos de testing, y genérame, explícame pedazos de código. O sea, todo es muy útil.
Exacto.
No hay que tirar la basura tampoco.
Exacto.
Pues son cosas repetitivas, ¿no? Esa parte de generar data para pruebas, híjole, a veces es bien
Que da flojera.
tardado, ¿no?
Ay, tengo que hacer esto. Bueno, ya hay una cosa que lo hace por ti, está bien, nada más lo tienes que checar, por supuesto.
Exacto. Por favor, revísenlo. Ayer vi un sellito de las maestras ya en la primaria que ponían exceso de ChatGPT. O sea, ya no es el periquito, ya es exceso de ChatGPT.
Que deje por favor el celular. Ya nos distrae a sus compañeros. Usa mucho celular.
Caray. Sí.
Muy bien. Pues bueno, Enrique, te agradecemos mucho tu participación en este evento. La verdad, todo lo que nos compartiste es muy importante para todos los que estamos como haciendo esto, desarrollo de software, y nos encanta tu visión. Muchas gracias.
No, gracias a ustedes.
Un abracito,
Nos
excelente
vemos.
día.
Nos vemos, Enrique. Gracias. Hasta
Bye,
luego.
bye.
Bye.
Bien, Josh, pues nada, hay que hablar bien. La conclusión.
Hay que reaprender nuestro idioma, ¿por qué no?
Usted venía utilizando, queriendo entender a la generación Z, olvídese de eso, hable bien, como sea.
Para hacer muy buenos prompts. Sí.
Muy bien. Pues bueno, pues la verdad es que muy buena esta plática, y antes de ir a nuestra siguiente charla, le quiero recordar a la audiencia que recuerden visitar nuestra página www.handsontesting.com para que puedan participar en la rifa que tendremos el día viernes. En la rifa virtual estaremos rifando membresías de cursos, vouchers para certificaciones por uno de nuestros patrocinadores, que es Brightest. Así que si ustedes estaban buscando poder hacer el examen de alguna de las certificaciones, bueno, ahí pueden participar en la rifa. Y escríbanos. Y bueno, y el día sábado estaremos, recuerden, desde la Universidad Panamericana en Guadalajara, para aquellos que quieran acompañarnos. Recuerden adquirir su entrada también en nuestra página. Y bueno, por última dinámica, hashtag HandsOnTesting, compartan sus momentos viendo estas charlas, cuál es su charla favorita, déjenos sus preguntas, sus comentarios, y pues vamos con nuestra siguiente invitada, Josh.
Vamos a switcharnos a este poderoso inglés, así que ya saben, aquí en YouTube pónganle los subtítulos para que no se pierdan detalle de esta charla.
Vámonos a YouTube. Okay.
Muy bien.
Bien. Hello, Puja. Welcome.
Hello, Blanca. So nice to see you. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Welcome to Hands on Testing. This is not your first time.
I'm glad to be back.
Exactly. Well,
Awesome.
We are on time, so you can start your talk, and at the end of your talk, we can answer you some things about what you talk.
Okay, sure. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Wait. Sorry, it's there. Now we can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining today. Today, I'll be talking about spoonfuls of TDD and a pinch of AI. So a little bit about myself before I dive into this topic, where I talk about test-driven development and how AI pairs well with it. My name is Puja Jagani. If you want to connect with me beyond today's conversation, feel free to reach out on my personal email, company email, LinkedIn, or even on my company Discord. I'm happy to take discussions further, answer any questions that you may have. I'll try to wrap up in around 40 minutes today. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Puja Jagani. I work as a lead of open source and developer advocacy at BrowserStack. I also help contribute actively in Selenium. I've been doing that for roughly 5 years now. So you might see me around hanging around that space as well. So a lot of what I'm talking about today comes from that experience. I'm sorry, I'll be sipping water in between. I'm getting really parched. But yeah, I'm very excited to be here. So this is the agenda for today. I'm planning to cover a lot of ground. We will first start with understanding what is test-driven development or TDD that you will hear me saying throughout the talk. What's this? How important is test-driven development and why it makes so much sense to have as a practice, and why do contributors of Selenium think it's very important to kind of use such a practice in developing an automation framework. In addition to that, I will also come to the highlighting section of this talk, which is where does AI fit in this whole process, right? So AI is it's no longer a buzzword, but it's the new technology that everyone is kind of slowly adapting and incorporating in their day-to-day workflows. So I will kind of tell you where AI fits and how you can make AI a very good assistant or how it can help you in coding if you're able to give it very good information or context and how it works in your favor. And we will all stitch it together in a code demo where I kind of try to capture how I've actually used AI to develop a real feature in Selenium. So let's get started. Test driven development. So, what is test driven development? Let's start with a simple Wikipedia definition. Test driven development is a software development approach where tests are written before the actual code. Okay, sounds simple, but I think there's more to it than that. So, every time you want to actually write code, when you write tests before writing the code, and the tests we're talking about here are unit tests, they're small, fast, focused tests, right? So the tests we want to write are unit tests. So imagine having to write unit tests before and then writing the code that makes those tests pass. That's the crux of test-driven development. But here you're kind of expressing how your code should look in the form of tests. So when you write tests, you're thinking, oh, what my inputs will be, how my user will use this, how what will it return, how will the user interact with the code that I want to develop. So you're putting a lot of thought into it. So it's kind of developing or designing your code as you go, as you write tests. So it's expressing the behavior of the code um, using tests and then actually going ahead and writing your tests. And like I mentioned, the tests here are unit tests. So these are your small, fast, focused tests. In projects like Selenium, we like to call it small tests because they're not always necessarily unit tests, but they just test a small functionality, not necessarily mocking everything, but just mocking just the sufficient details and testing some interaction bits as well. So the diagram that I'm about to show you next is a very popular diagram. If everyone or anyone here has worked with test-driven development, they might have seen this. I really like this diagram. So first is a glaring red, where you first write a test, like I said. So imagine you want to write code, but before you write code, you're like, oh, how will the test for it looks? And now you're sitting and thinking its inputs, outputs, how it looks, behaves, everything before you actually code. So you write a test. And because you've just written a test and there is no code, it will fail. That's why the red. Then the next step would be to write minimal code to make the test pass. So whatever basic implementation that you can add, it can range from boilerplate to some logic to methods, classes, whatever you need to make the test pass. And then comes the blue stage, which is the refactoring, because now you have a solid test in place, a minimum code in place that makes the test pass. You can now confidently refactor and kind of improve your code here, right? So I like to think of this as a wheel. It's a wheel that slowly turns development or moves development forward in small, thought through steps. But also, let's look at it from a different lens, right? When you're writing a test or a unit test follows this very popular model called arrange, act, assert. arrange everything that you need to test. So basically, all the before conditions, inputs, everything that you need to test something. Then act on it. Test the target code, right? So act by testing the target code and see what results you get. Third, assert. Assert what your expected outcomes are. This is a classic model for unit tests. But I also think if you extend it a little and see it with a slightly different lens, it fits in very, very well with the test driven development. So when I say arrange, here that step would correspond to write a test. So write a test. Arrange how the user will interact with your code, right? Then act on it. Implement something to make sure the test passes. Actually, act, go write code to ensure your test passes. And then comes assert. That means you have now the confidence to refactor and make sure your tests are passing, and do that with confidence. You're able to do that with good positive assertion. So I like to think of test driven development from that lens as well. Now, any complicated system is built with multiple parts. So, say, imagine you start doing test driven development where you start writing tests first, slowly, iteratively make them pass and refactor and have this very well designed, structured code. If you have a big complex system and you do this for every piece, so for example, any complicated piece or a system looks like a piece of puzzle with different pieces sitting together. They all are untested in the begin, and they slowly become test driven piece of code, well tested by design, and that's how it comes together. So the entire system becomes well designed, well thought of, just because you're following this amazing process called test driven development. And if you even extend it further to the testing pyramid, I think most of us who here would be familiar with the testing pyramid. So in the testing pyramid, the bottom is the unit test. It's a very broad bottom. That means you want lots of unit tests because those are the quickest ones to churn, and it's good to have a lot of them to make sure all functionality is nice and intact. And that's where test driven development sits. So test driven development is not just, hey, let's just write some tests before code. It's actually also a way to make sure you're well tested code by design. You have actually thought through your design because you interact with it from user lens, as well as you making sure it's has it tries its best to be bug free as much as possible early on, because unit tests are a lot. So if you've done a good job with unit tests, the chances of errors trickling up in the pyramid are less, because as you go up the pyramid, you have your integration tests and end-to-end tests. Equally important, but they are trying to test different purpose, and they have a lot more integration and other factors that can contribute to its flakiness or failures. So if your unit tests have done a good job, they will eliminate most of the errors or bugs early on, and hopefully you'll have a smooth journey as you move up the testing pyramid. So now I think I've gone on about 10 minutes telling you a lot of theory about test driven development, but let's also quickly glance over the different advantages of test driven development. Reliable APIs. So imagine for every API that my user is going to interact with, say in an automation framework like Selenium or a popular library that you're using, or any other tools that you're interacting with. For every single API, for every single entry point to my code, if it's well tested, I know what to expect. So it's very reliable. For example, Selenium has been there for over 20 years. We have a very popular API called find element. So you do driver.find element. Using a locator, you can find an element on the web page. Now, that find element API has been around for roughly over 20 years now, but we know it's reliable because we have solid unit tests, double checking that each step that it's doing the right thing. And that test, once it's there, the test is permanent. It's not going anywhere. Just making sure all of these APIs are highly reliable and it does what it says. So it creates that trust over time. Ergonomic design. Like I said, when you're actually writing tests first, you're actually calling the API, you're giving the inputs, you're seeing the return types. It makes you look at the code from the lens of the user. If you're looking from the lens of the user, you kind of realize, okay, this is not an intuitive method name, or this API training is not as logical as I think it is, or this might be very exhausting for the user to put in so many input parameters. Let me, tweak the design and make it very easy and intuitive, right? So it gives you an opportunity for an ergonomic design. Again, a very popular example from Selenium standpoint would be we have something called driver dot manage dot timeouts. The reason this chaining was done is after every dot, when you're using an IDE, we only wanted to show a handful of options or auto suggestions from the IDE, right? So that it's not an overwhelming list of, say, 30 options and the user gets confused. We wanted to show, say, 4 or 5, which then logically transforms into a next set of options. So when you do driver dot, you get a few options. You do manage, you get a few options, and then you can select timeouts, you get a few options. So there was very nice method training done, keeping in mind the modern IDE. Again, it led to ergonomic design because when you try to write tests, you're using it from user perspective, and that gives you a lot of idea as to how to make your code easy to use. Backward compatibility. Who doesn't like backward compatibility here? I don't think anyone likes it when their code breaks. Anytime you have to update a version and things are breaking, it's not fun. When you're developing and something is breaking, it's no fun. When you're writing tests and you input a library and the latest version has breaking changes and you need to redo all your tests and the entire test suite, it's not fun. So none of this is fun. Okay. So a lot of projects are very strong on backward compatibility again. So Selenium, we move from Selenium 3 to 4, and you only plan to move from 4 to 5. So the major changes that are coming, but in the background um, is the heavy lifting, right? And we can be sure that things are backward compatible again because we have strong tests in place. Because we have strong tests in place, we can do major changes and confidently tell the user just switch the version and you should be okay. So when we went from Selenium 3 to 4, there was a major protocol change in the background, but all we told the user is just change the version. You don't need to change your code. But we could do that with confidence because we had lots of tests and because Selenium contributors like to follow test-driven development, it was all in place. Next one, easy refactoring. I think this is built-in test-driven development. So anytime you want to refactor while you code, it gives you a good opportunity because you have tests to make sure things are working as you expect. But imagine going through big refactoring changes. For example, I think a couple of years, maybe it's been 2 years, but 2 years ago, we moved everything from Java 8 to Java 11 for Selenium. We wanted to make sure the minimum version you need to be on is Java 11. And as a result, we made sure that we changed our HTTP client. A lot of big changes came in as a part of the code. But we were able to refactor with confidence again because we had tests. So as long as our tests are saying they're passing, we were feeling confident that hopefully we've not introduced any breaking changes or big changes in the process. And minimizing bugs. Bugs are expensive, right? So they're expensive in terms of identifying the root cause. They're expensive in terms of developers figuring out how to fix it. They're expensive for testers to then identify, report, and do the process. And bugs often also lead to your overnight war rooms, on call, disrupted sleep in a lot of product based companies as well. So, overarching goal for everyone should be to minimize bugs. So, again, if you have your test from the get go, there's a good chance that you at least try to cover most of the cases So here it's not necessarily to just cover happy parts. Please make sure that any good testing covers all the parts, your error handling situations, your scaling situations, your retry logic is tested. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong. So under those assumptions, make sure your tests are pretty thorough on how you do it. And then there are good chances that you minimize the bugs. The reason I say minimize and not zero bugs, because let's be honest, you can't have zero bugs. Everyone is a human being. So now let me give you a real example of where, if someone had used, it's open source project Selenium. So if someone had used test driven development, it might have saved us a bug. This is a common drop down. Most folks would have seen it here. And it's a simple drop down, and you want to select an item. If you want to automate this using automation framework like Selenium, you would use any of our language bindings. So this is how you would do it in JavaScript, where you would go select, pass an element, and you would go select by visible text and pass in the visible text. So the visible text here is item 1. You would just pass that. And this was working perfectly fine for the longest time. To be honest, no one even noticed it's there because it never created problems. It was just running beautifully. Then one odd day came this use case where it's again a drop down list. But if you see before 1, there is 1 space, before 2, there are 2 spaces, before 3, there are 3 spaces. It's kind of moving in that fashion. So there is a space before the visible text. So now your visible text means space followed by the word. So, okay, you want to select something like this. I don't know why someone would have this, but let's say someone has this and you want to go select this. So when you do select by visible text, then you pass in the number of spaces and 3. You would expect it to work. But this is the error we got. No such element. Couldn't find the element error in the JavaScript bindings, but the element is pretty much there. And I started triaging it further because this was reported internally, and then someone created a GitHub issue. So I was like, okay, let me try and dig into it further. But when I tried to actually go ahead and look into it, it was failing in JavaScript, but we have 5 language bindings. So I was like, okay, let me try in other languages as well. But when I did the same thing in Java, it passed. And surprisingly, it passed in Python, surprisingly, it passed in Ruby, surprisingly, it passed in .NET. So I started looking further, only to realize that had there been a test case, right? All of the language bindings that was passing, there was a test case that you should be able to serve a visible text. Great. But there was additional test case that you should be able to select by visible text with spaces. So having that additional test case is what prevented this bug. Somehow this was missed in one binding. And it happens, we're humans and it's a volunteer driven project. So I appreciate all the effort and the contributions we get. But it seemed like most of the findings that followed test driven development, they had kind of covered all the different tests beforehand that kind of prevented this edge case. So this was just an important bug that I thought that if test driven development was followed, the test was written beforehand, we could have avoided it. Just one simple thing that bumped into. Again, I've not made this up. There is a link for the issue if you want to go ahead and check it out. So how do we do the test driven development in Selenium? It's not always a strict process, but typically I like to think this is how the flow looks like. So that's why I've put it in a diagram for everyone to refer. Like any feature, we would start with a user story. Again, it's an open source project, so most of our issues sit in GitHub. Our user stories don't look exactly like user stories, but they're pretty much describing what feature it would be and what it would solve for. And sometimes it's also intertwined with the design as to how the API should look or what patterns we should follow or some discussions around it in our GitHub. So we start with the feature, which is nothing but the user story. a design. Sometimes we need to identify design as a group, or someone's already proposed a design that everyone agrees to, and we can go ahead and use that. So once we have that, we begin to implement that feature. We begin test-driven development. What we first do is write tests, right? And once we write tests, we make sure we have written the minimum code to make those tests pass. And then we do the iterative process of running the tests till the code is all okay and all my tests are passing, or also refactoring as required by our linters and the good coding practices we follow at Selenium. So it's a relatively simple cycle. I've just broken it down how it would look. But this is how it would look for Selenium. Like I said, the user stories and design are more open source in nature. But if you're working in an organization, you could still adapt to this model and go with it. It would depend on how you're managing your tasks, but you could still follow this model and it should be okay. Now let's take a real world example of where I use TDD to develop a feature. So this was the user story. I built up as to how a professional user story would look. This was not actually the user story. You will see that in the future demo. So say for example, this was the user story. As a user of test automation framework, I want to automate authentication for websites that use basic authentication pop-up so that I can test such websites without manual intervention. Sounds like a lot, but it basically wants to automate the basic pop-up that comes in and without having to manually fill in the code. It's a common requirement for testing, really, right? So what it wants to do is every time you see this pop-up, every one of us has the username password. You want your code to be able to fill it out and go to the next step and start testing the website that's under test. So for this, the way we thought of it is that, okay, probably it might be a good idea to allow users to set same credentials for all the websites they're testing as a part of that test suite, or specific websites can have different passwords, like different paths for a website can have different passwords, and let them go, specify those credentials. So this is just for flexibility purposes. Use cases can be different. So either just set one credentials for everything you're testing in that test, or if you're testing different websites or paths with different credentials, allow setting that up. Pretty straightforward. And then we came to API design. So this is how an API design would look, right? So API design would then be like, okay, one way for it to look is, and again, I'll be talking all in terms of Java, but most of our languages follow very simple and a similar pattern. We try to keep different languages to be very similar. Of course, all of them follow their own good coding practices. So here it would be like add authentication handler, right? So you want to add an authentication handler, pass in your credentials, username and password. You should be allowed to add an authentication handler with a filter. So you have a particular URI, the URL of a particular format, pass that and set the credentials for it. Remove authentication handler, right? Uh, every time you add a handler, you get an ID and you can remove it using that ID, and clear handlers. So it's basically all the handlers that you set up for the test. I think that is very common because that is like a basic cleanup step in your automation tests. And this is how the usage would look. You would, if anyone here has used Selenium, you would define something called as a web driver. Web driver is the one that knows how to talk to the browsers. And then you should be able to do driver.network, add authentication handler, and pass in the credentials. So all okay. We have a feature we want to develop. We kind of figure out the APIs we want to use, and now we actually want to start coding it. Actually want to do the test-driven development. So to do test-driven development, first step is write tests. But before tests come the test cases, where we want to be able to add the different test cases and test different scenarios to make sure our tests are nice and thorough. So these are a few of the test cases I came up with that you should be able to add authentication handler. You should be able to add multiple authentication handlers. You should be able to add them with a filter, those kind of things. You should be able to remove an authentication handler and probably an unhappy path where you want to remove an authentication handler that does not exist. What if someone tries to pass in an ID that does not exist? How does your code take care of the error handling? And the last part is how, clear all authentication handlers. So these are just few of the test cases that we kickstarted with for test-driven development. Now, I've gone on about test-driven development. I've shown you an example of where in Selenium it could have saved us a bug, how we do it in Selenium, and so far we are in the middle of an example where there's an actual feature that I'm trying to write in Selenium using test-driven development. So all of it looks nice and good. It's fun. But where does AI fit in the picture, right? So AI is meant to help us. It's meant to help us with the productivity to make our lives easier. So I think the best place where the AI fits is um, we saw this diagram before, is the part where after we write the test. So let me explain a little bit. I think that once you have a user stories and design in place, that does need a lot of manual intervention, a lot of thinking, a lot of historical context as to how everything works. And after that, once you figure out writing tests, so it's okay that probably for writing tests you want to use a test case generator or something like that, but I would highly recommend that you yourself write all the test cases down and the tests down, and do a good job with that, and then kind of feed that to AI as a context, right? So AI needs something very structured in nature. So instead of just giving AI a very high level prompt, it would be really nice if the end user actually sits and write the test cases, thinks it through, and gives it to AI, because then the code quality you get is much better and way more usable when you're doing test driven development rather than the other way around. And we'll just see that example just in a bit. So I think AI fits the best at a step between the time where you write tests, feed that into AI, and then ask AI to write code. It does a much better job to for test-driven development. But again, I think human expertise is front and center everywhere. So let's see an example of where I use generative AI. So as a first experiment, I just kind of copy pasted the GitHub issue that we created and try to use generative AI to see the kind of code it gives me, right? So let's have a quick look at that. I've given it a prompt here. So I just this is a copy paste from my GitHub issue at Dev Summit. We agreed upon an API, and this is how we want our methods to look. It's again a rough sketch. It's not perfect, right? It's not telling clear method definition. We said, hey, okay, it should be available from driver class, and it should be very similar to driver.network.adding a handler pattern. And just give it like a API design, just method names, right? No input, no output, no parameters. It doesn't know. So we give it a very vague, high level prompt, which we tend to do with generative AI in general, right? So that's what I've given here. And AI does a very good job of then kind of repeating it back to me, summarizing, giving me additional pointers as to where things are working, things are not working, right? And anything you would like to consider. So it's given me some summary learning bits here and there. And I'm like, yeah, give me a Java implementation for the same. I think most of us use it like this for vibe coding or when we prompt. This is the nature of the conversation we have with this generative AI. But yeah. And it does kind of pinpoint to important things we should keep in mind, which is good, which is what it's doing here. And now it's given me the code. So, but the code it has given me, that's the problem, right? So it's storing authentication handlers. It's assumed a data structure of its choice. It's created a method called add authentication handler. It has assumed how a handler would look. It has assumed it's something called as a buy function, and it has assumed a return type also, right? It's assumed some sort of chaining we're doing. And the kind of chaining it's assumed, right? So it's like it's allowing you to add authentication handler, return the same object, and then you can chain it. So it kind of wants you to do network.add authentication handler dot remove authentication handler dot clear authentication handler. In real life, that usage is practically not making any sense. It's also made a lot of assumptions about the return types, the inputs. Because again, I gave it a very vague prompt, right? So it's created something very boilerplate, which doesn't make sense. And this is my favorite method. It's created handle authentication. It's commented as this internal method to process authentication, but it's marked public. If it's internal, ideally, it should be encapsulated, it should be private protected, but it's marked it public. It's called a method called handle authentication, which is not being called anywhere in the code, which takes something called as a URL and a realm, which are nowhere related to this domain. So it's made a lot of assumptions and generated something we really can't even begin using it, right? Again, the blame is the prompt we gave. We gave it a very high level generic prompt, like most of us would do. So that's why like generative AI doesn't always make the cut, in my opinion. So let's see what happens when we do generative AI plus TDD. Let's see the result it gives us. So now I've actually gone ahead and told that, hey, I want you to use WebDriver BiDi protocol because that's the protocol we need to be using. And can you generate code for the tests? So I showed you the test cases before. I've actually written tests for it. So now I'm giving tests as an input. So things are a lot more structured, right? Because if I'm giving tests, it knows input, outputs, edge cases, what is expected. It gets a lot more structure to work with to then give me code to make the test pass. So that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. And now the code that is given me is actually very nice and usable. It's creating a network class. It's given me authentication handlers, storing it in hash map, which is great. Maintaining a counter. It has correct method definitions because I gave the test. It knows what to pass, what is the return type, and how it will look like. It's done good method overloading. So it's done a lot of usable things that I can use in the code, right? Because I actually gave it a very structured context. Because I gave it code as context, which makes it easier for any computers to then predict. So it's given me all the APIs in the form I wanted it and how they should look, which I think is great. But there's still one thing missing. We actually need to use something called WebDriver protocol to actually um, intercept these authentication requests from the browser. But it doesn't know that. So we had to again tell that, can you go ahead and, use something from the spec, and this is what I want you to use. So it will blindly use what I say. If I say use on auth required event or a continue request method, it will just do it. It will not question. It will not correct. It will not. So if you give it whatever knowledge you have wrong in your brain, it will just go ahead and incorporate it in the code. And that's what it's trying to do here. So and then it gives you some inputs that you can always use. It gives you all the implementation details. And yeah, it's done a decent job of actually listening for authentication requests. And then, every time you get authentication request event, it's then done a decent job of handling that event. So every time you get authentication detail, um, it's doing a good job of then finding the correct handler and seeing how you can use that handler to pass those credentials and do those things. There's a lot of detail. I don't think you need to understand all of the code, but the gist being that when we tell it to do something, it will do it. It may not correct us, but it will at least incorporate it decently well. So now we finally have a code that's actually usable, that looks very much how we wanted it to look, right? So let's see what happens when we actually do TDD with this code that is AI generated. And this is the last bit of my demo. So I'm going to move on a little faster. So, yeah, so this is my class implementing this interface. I have this interface with all these methods. I'm just pretty much pasting the code that we got from ChatGPT here. And because I'm pasting it, makes certain assumptions. So I'm just going to skip this part where I'm fixing different imports, just making sure things are working. Again, sometimes if we tell ChatGPT use this method, it will, but you need to kind of make sure it's mapping correctly to your code base. So it's just me fixing a little compile time issues and updating methods for BiDi as required. So if I tell it to use a wrong method to continue the request, it uses that. So I'm like, hey, I don't want you to use continue request, use continue with auth. So it's gone ahead and fixed that for me, and we kind of try to take that fix back. And this you don't necessarily need to bring it to AI. You could do it yourself as well, but I'm just trying to make a point. So it will again take the method that I ask it to use, and we update our code. Yeah, then I think again, just fixing the imports here so that things look okay. I mean, you can imagine when I'm actually coding, it would take me a lot more time rather than just 7 minutes to do this, but I'm just trying to show how it would look like if you're using AI and TDD and trying to get things done. So I give it a wrong BiDi method, then I try to fix it, and it's gone ahead and used. So let's try to run our tests and see if they pass. So we have our tests, trying to quickly run it. Oops, it failed. There was a build error because it's using Java language.record that comes in way later version. So one of the contexts that AI does not know is what language level are we using. So it's made assumptions and given us something from a latest language level. So again, I try to use AI for some error fixing. And then I later find out that it's a Java version problem. So there's again handful amount of context you can give AI, right? So version is one thing we did not give. Then we give it the Java. I'm just going to go again faster. I give it the Java version, and it kind of fixed it for me. And then we just pretty much copy paste. It's like, okay, use something from the lower, older version. Go ahead, change your code, and that's what we do. We try to quickly fix it on our end. And we now try to run the code again. But again, the tests don't seem to pass because we're trying to use WebDriver BiDi spec. There are a lot of things that you need to know from the spec, but you need to actually read the spec. And that needs to be added as a part of the code. AI didn't tell us. So we need to actually intercept, need to add an intercept for authentication. Otherwise, there's no way it will block all these requests from the browsers, and without blocking, it's not going to fill in the credentials for you. So basically, this was a part of the knowledge that kind of comes to the human once they've read enough and then given it to AI. AI didn't tell us you're missing this piece. Right? So you just went ahead and added it. And now things should be okay. And it failed again because I was using a wrong method, right? So I gave it a wrong method, it used it. I missed a step, it didn't care for it. It made assumptions about some Java versions that did not exist. So there are a lot of context AI doesn't have that human gets once they study the code or the method or the protocol in general that we get. So you'll get enough assistance from AI for a boilerplate code, but to get a perfect code, it's going to take you a few iterations. Yep, the tests are now passing. That was one test. Let's run all of them. Yep, all the tests pass. So that's how TDD would look in real life. And just let's quickly go with my learnings. This is my last slide. Context is everything, right? So when I gave it the correct context, it gave me usable input. When I gave it a vague context or a prompt, it gave me a vague output. When I missed the Java language level in a context, it assumed. When I said that use this method from protocol, it went ahead with it without questioning me or telling me what I'm missing or what I need to do accurately. So AI is as good as the context, right? AI accuracy. AI is again as accurate as the context, but it also makes a lot of assumptions, right? So for the first generative AI bit, it was not as accurate as we wanted it to be. It was as accurate as AI thought it should be. So again, it needs a lot of structured context that will make it easy. So always please take the AI results with a pinch of salt, have a read, understand what it is, how it can help you, and then go ahead with it. Test-driven development helps with the context because test-driven development allows you to have structured tests, which is nothing but code. So if you give machine code, it's way more structured for it to read and gives it a lot more information to work with to give you a very usable code. So yeah. And core of everything is human expertise. I know the demo felt a little rushed because it was trying to show what I did for over a week or 10 days in a span of 7 minutes. But things like using WebDriver byte protocol, intercepting requests, events, all of that came from human knowledge base, right? So anytime you're doing something, the skills that you have, the core human expertise you hold, all the knowledge is going to come from there. AI is a productivity tool to kind of assist you, to help you in what you do, but not to replace you. Thank you, folks. I hope everyone learned a thing or two.
It was very interesting, all everything, and see the errors, no, that the AI can give it to you, no, if you promise not correctly, well, edit it, no. But I have one question, and it's how you can implement it with the development team, because sometimes it's very hard to work with them into the code, no, it clearly, no, and sometimes it's very hard. But in your opinion, or in your experience, obviously, how can we abort the development team with the TDD, and they say, hey, we can do this as a testing, no, or as a QA team?
Okay, I think that's a valid concern and a question. So I think most of us believe that um, developers should be writing tests, at least unit tests for the code they write, because if they've written the code, they understand it in and out, right? So they should at least do the first layer of testing and have unit tests because how do we trust that the code they've written or they're giving us works, right?
Right.
So most of the processes when you use like a version control like GitHub, it's mandatory in your CI/CD pipeline to have tests that
Mhm.
run, to that tests that need to pass, tests that need to go as a part of the code that you're pushing out. A lot of organizations, even my previous organizations, we had 80% code coverage mandate. Again, that is debatable, but what that helped is every time you push out code, they would always verify that the code that you pushed out has tests on.
Exactly.
So these kind of mandates, these kind of processes that were set in by our management, leadership, senior engineers, that really had built in quality from the get-go. So we could that way, because if you this is a mandate, then you would be motivated to do things like test-driven development to make sure you're building the trust that your code does the right thing, and then the other QA teams can take over and do their due diligence and their duties and roles. But yeah, because how else do you prove your code works?
That is a
Right?
good question for them.
Yeah, in this case that you are applying artificial intelligence, you say something. When you use this tool, or this tool, you have a more accurate test cases that maybe are just tests that now are in code. But this kind of test case that you are thinking in TDD, or that should be automated, are related more to the front, or are different than the ones that are for unit testing, or how
Just
do
the
you be
backend?
sure that are the ones that they are needed for, in order that the developer do their job?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think they're not very different than how any one in the testing community would think, right? So we're trying to think if a piece of code works. So we're thinking from unit test point of view, we're thinking that okay, for any piece of code, for this input, this is the big expected output. That's the happy path. But this input, this is the error handling part. So ideally, anytime any developer is writing code, it's a good habit. They should write tests. But as a part of this test, it's also a good habit to check all the cases. And it might also be a good idea to pair up with a QA persona early on in the cycle, because a lot of people do follow like things like agile and things like that. So if they have a QA persona early on to understand the depth of test cases they should incorporate, they'll build in quality from the very start. And even if there's a developer who wants to learn how to think, they can always pair with a QA on their team, take them on early on in the cycle, and get that feedback early, learn and think from that angle as well. I think that would help the process.
Okay, okay. What do you think are the more common errors when somebody wants to implement this kind of solution?
I think everyone tests the good parts. So okay, they test the parts that are working. So yes, if my code says that 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, if I'm implementing addition, it will only test
The
for
happy
that. It will not test for what happens for extreme numbers, or out of bound ranges or unexpected inputs, those kind of things. So everyone likes to do the happy part. Oh, it works.
Yeah.
But what happens when it doesn't? I think that's the harder part for
How
everyone,
you
right?
could
That's
manage
the
that part.
expensive
Yeah,
part for
exactly.
everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear some. I have heard some developers that they say that they understand that really needs to test that, but they say no, leave it to the QA. Later, we will test later.
No, no. I think everyone is a team, right?
Exactly.
Everyone
Yes.
is a team. So the QA should be early on in the cycle. We need to learn how to think from them. We need to learn how to think about edge cases from them. We need to learn how when they're doing exploratory testing, they're figuring out inputs that no one's figured out,
Yeah.
right? We kind of need to sit with them and learn how they think and kind of use that in our practice. So I think most teams, again, difficult in reality, but it's nice if they work together as a team and learn from each other, the mental models, how they think or approach a problem, then all of this will be way smoother.
Exactly. It's start to thinking as a group or as a team and how the user is going to be used. Perhaps it's not just the happy path or just one path. No, the user always find a different way.
They will surprise you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the case that you are thinking in this kind of solutions, I understand that this is not a solution when you already are working in a project. You need to implement this from the beginning, right?
Yes, and I think probably someone who's senior at the team, more at leadership, someone who can kind of create some processes or rules within the team that would be more beneficial. Uh, but yeah,
Okay. Well, we don't have a question for the public. Do you have another question, Josh?
No, it was very interesting. I really appreciated your time and everything that they give it to us. Thank you.
thank you so much for having me here. More than happy to be here. So happy to meet you, Josh, and lovely to see you, Blanca. Just so glad to
I
see
love
you
to see
again.
you again. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Puya, and we invite you to continue enjoying hands-on testing.
Thank you so much for putting this together. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Thank you,
bye.
Puya. Bye. Okay. Okay. Okay, Josh. We're speaking in
Dígamelo
English, okay?
todo.
And we'll continue speaking in English.
Bienvenidos a la plática de unos minutos de español. No, pues, súper interesante, y de verdad es que sí, el punto final que le comentaste es que sí, esto debe de iniciarse a principios, ¿no? De cualquier proyecto. El TDD es bien importante si queremos aplicar la agilidad en su más pura expresión, debido a que, como también lo dijo ella, si trabajamos como equipo, podemos empezar a conocer también nuestras habilidades, fortalezas, juntar todas y trabajar muchísimo más rápido. Yo entendí esto, tú entendiste aquello, vamos a probarlo de esta manera, ver los escenarios que podrían fracasar y cómo el código va a poder, ¿no?, transformar ese fail a un, sí, vámonos por este otro lado. Lo que quiso decir el usuario fue, tarará, ¿no? Entonces, súper importante cómo la IA también nos puede ayudar a los que a lo mejor probablemente no sabemos súper todo el código, ¿no?, o todos los lenguajes de programación, ¿no? Y aquí nos puede ayudar a acomodar y a ver de qué manera contribuir, ¿no?, también en la automatización.
Sí, es que yo pienso que, digo, y así brevemente, hay un error cuando estamos hablando bueno, yo no digo que esto sea un error de la metodología ágil, pero a lo mejor la manera en que la adoptamos y pareciera que algunas veces decir vamos a trabajar en metodología ágil es vamos a sorprendernos, no sabemos qué va a pasar mañana, solo abracemos la incertidumbre todos juntos, ¿no? Cuando en realidad, sí, digamos como el TDD o muchas cosas pueden funcionar, porque bueno, si tienes experiencia desarrollando software, sabes que hay un montón o una serie de cosas que van a ocurrir y las puedes ir previniendo, ¿no? Y creo que implementar TDD, pues significa mucho eso, que tanto quieres prevenir. No hablo solo de defectos, es prevenir actividades que sabes que van a ocurrir y que si las supieras desde el inicio las harías mejor, pero como que, por eso decían, a lo mejor decir, no, es que somos ágiles, o sea, ahorita nada más vamos a hacer código, ahorita nada más pruebas unitarias, ahorita nada más son pruebas de esta categoría, ¿no? Cuando si desde el inicio tú sabes qué quieres construir, pues sabes todo lo que viene y a lo mejor haces un plan más eficiente en cuanto a la organización tácticamente, la organización de actividades, ¿no? Pero bueno, sí, TDD también no es para todos, pero sí, como dijo una vez un speaker, pues promete mucho, ¿no? Y todo está en que lo sepamos implementar. Creo que estás en mute.
Sí, perdóname. Efectivamente, creo que es llegar a acuerdos, ¿no? Con ambos equipos, tanto de los PMs, tanto el equipo de desarrollo, los líderes, nosotros como QAs, etcétera, llegar a un acuerdo de vamos a implementar esto desde el principio, todos estamos bien, vamos en el mismo entendido, y ya de ahí empezar poco a poco a hacerlo. No quieran que de todos los escenarios catastróficos que se nos puedan ocurrir van a ir en el primer oleaje, ¿no? Eso va a ir pasando y va evolucionando, ¿no?
Exacto. Pero bueno, pues vamos a cambiar a inglés nuevamente para poderle dar la introducción. English again, yeah. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Pongan sus subtítulos, ya saben.
Yes, if you are seeing us in YouTube, you can select subtitles.
The subtitles here.
If you want to read in Spanish and here in English. I don't know if it is gonna work because sometimes I don't speak English very well, but
we can try.
we can try. Yeah, but okay. Our next guest is Vipin. Vipin, I have this near to me. Vipin Jain. He's an international speaker, so we'll be very interested in what he's bringing to this.
To present us, yes.
Yes, and let me introduce Advait. No, it's Vipin or Advait. Sorry, maybe I'm doing a mistake. Let me check our agenda. It's more easy for me. Wait. Yeah, it's Advait. Sorry for Advait. Now I want to check if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Advait is here. Let me say, Advait, you are connected.
Yes, he's waiting for us.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, sorry.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Thanks. How about you?
I'm doing pretty well.
After so long, yeah? I think 2 years back we met.
Yeah, I guess so, yes.
Yeah, hands-on meeting.
Yeah, but welcome again.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to see you, both of you.
Yeah, thank you. So just give us an insight. What is about your talk? Why do you think this is something that the audience should be know?
Yeah, right. So the thing is that, first of all, let me say hi. I think it's good morning out there. It's 10:30 p.m. in India. So, good morning to everyone, and and all the greetings to across the globe who all are visiting this hands-on testing. So nice to see you all. First of all, if we are looking at the topic, why I'm selected that, as we know that AI, the buzzword, no, it's not a word which is into practice in each and every segment, each and every industries they are using it. So when we are talking about AI, so what is the core? It's all about data, because AI is implemented and it is minimizing, it is reducing the human intervention. So being human, we know everything because we learned everything from our childhood. But AI, it needs some data, some practices. It should aware that, yes, this is the data and I need to follow that. I should aware about it. I need to make the data into information, and then I need to use it. I need to bring a model, a application which is there. Like human is not there, so I am there.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Okay, well, you can start with your talk. We're excited to hear you, and at the end, I will ask you some questions.
Yeah, sure. Let me share my screen.
Yes.
It's visible.
Oh, wait. Not yet. Okay.
I think it is.
Yes, we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Good. So hi everyone. Again, greetings from Advait from India. Good morning, good evening. As Josh and Banka said, why you have chosen this topic. So I explained that. So today my topic is managing data quality for high performance AI systems. As we know that AI is going to work in a way like it should, minimizing the human intervention, as well as it would work to minimize the risk, to minimize the errors. So to get it done in that way what we are expecting. If we want it to make minimal mistakes or errors, in that case it should be a quality product. And to make it a quality product, it is mandatory to make proper practices. So a couple of things today I'm going to touch the topic where we need to managing the data quality for high performance AI systems. It is not something like you are using YouTube or any other channel. You are going to see some dance videos and it started suggesting you some dance videos like it would be good for you based on what your choices. Like you have chosen 80s dance, 90s dance, maybe it would be Elvis songs or maybe like Michael Jackson, like that. But we are talking about something more which is going to be high performance AI system, like it would be into the core industries, it would be into the space industry, etc. So for that matter we need a quality AI product, and for that it is mandatory to work with managing the data quality for high performance AI systems. So what we are going to see today, the agenda for the day, it would be the introduction to data quality, then importance of data quality in AI, key dimensions, common data quality challenges, its management framework, best practices for data collection, techniques for data cleaning, data validation and monitoring, tools, technologies, and we'll see two case studies as well. And then we'll go to the impact on AI performance metrics and future trends. So this would be our path for the day. So let me start with introduction to data quality. So definition. So it's a simple, like data quality refers to the condition of database on the factors like accuracy, completeness, and reliability. If we're talking about it, then we can just taking the simple example like a data set with correct, you can say customer names, complete address, and verified contact details, you can say ensures the high data quality. So it's a basic when we are learned database in the start of our career or the start our schooling. At that time we know that we are talking about the definition. Then data quality, it's utmost important because the incomplete data, inaccurate data, it would be lots of things are there, we'll touch to that afterwards. Then into role in AI, so that is important. High quality data is the foundation of training robust, unbiased, and efficient AI models. So accurate medical records enable an AI model to predict the diseases, as we know that the AI is going to use everywhere. So medical is one of the field where we are using that. So if data is high quality, it's the foundation for training the robust. If I'm developing a model, developing a AI application, I should make him aware that this is the data, this is how you have to learn, and this is how you have to predict. So role of data quality is important in AI. Overview. So it's a simple of what we have learned. Poor data leads to garbage in, garbage out. So everyone is aware of that. GIGO is an we can say a common term, but like in AI system we can see it's to next level. Like whatever we are teaching it, whatever we are giving it, it is giving output in that way only. So then scope. So where cover structure, unstructured, and semi-structured data used in machine learning pipelines. So we know that there should be, we are collecting a data and the data could be structured, like it is proper. There would be a name of person, address, contact number, email ID, etc. It could possible the structure, unstructured data would be there. If we are saying, asking him to upload the file in any application, then we are providing the data in a way like it would be PDF or Excel. So it's a variety of data. Then semi-structured data we can say about like it could be something like a JSON file we're adding. So we need to verify the scope, how we are going to train our model, whatever the inputs we are providing, how our data is working on that. And finally, our goal is achieve the data that is fit for purpose for a high performance AI application. So we can say that error-free sensor data and other applications also which are based on like we are saying that it's an AI enabled application. So if it's an AI enabled application, it should behave in that way. And for that, it is important for us to develop the application or to teach the application in a way that it should be a proper to achieve the goal. The goal would be the industry specific, business specific, or the case specific. Anything would be there. So data, AI quality. So we need to touch each and everything. not about this session also, but when we are talking about these three terms, when we're talking about AI application, data is there and quality is there. So it is coming hand in hand and we have to play with that. Okay, so importance of data quality in AI, like we are saying, we have seen that like how it is working and how it is going on. So now when we are saying about the like we can say the enhances the model accuracy, reduces errors in prediction and classification. So how it's working, like high quality data ensures that like we know that we are using different email systems where we are sending the spam filter correctly. If we need to identify that yes, this is the proper spam mail and it has to be there. So we need to make aware that the accuracy should be there and your important mail should not go to that side. So it is like we can say like enhancing the model accuracy, improves the efficiency, speed up the training times and lower the computational cost. So what we are saying, like when we are uh, giving any application, when we are saying it's a AI application, then it should learn quickly, efficiently, because data would be huge, because there would be n number of use cases, n number of exceptions would be there, and to get that application a perfect application at that time, we need to improve that efficiency, mitigates the bias. As if there is any application and I am asking that application I want to stay in A country or B country, then it is asking me a number of questions like what are your choices. If I said I like coastal area, I don't like hilly region, then based on that he will start collecting the data and it will put the information in front of you. But it should not be give you a bias that yes, you have to go with that particular country. So it should select that one. You need to boost this scalability, supports development in real world, high stakes environment, and like healthcare and finance. When see, every industry is important, but when we're talking about healthcare or finance, it is something like where we're coming in a way like it is on the different level. Then regulatory compliances, as we know that there are regulatory compliances, what we need to achieve, like GDPR, their HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. So our model should be aware of those things and it should be stick to that. It should not make any difference or it should not breach anything. Business impact, as I said that why we are using that, why we are using any AI application. Initially we are using the software, we are going for the digitalization or digitization. Then we are coming nowadays, we can say in the last decade we are coming to talk about we are using the AI applications. So now there should be proper return on investment. So it is important to come up with that part. And when we are talking about the uh, it's a goal to achieve for your business or your enterprise. If my I am with the service industry and I am asking to any customer, I'm collecting the data from customer, and that particular data should be proper and it should learn, my model should learn from that data to make me aware that what would be the prediction. So this is important. Again, now the what is next important part is key dimension of data quality. So key dimension of data quality, if we are talking about
accuracy. Data should reflect real-world entities perfectly. Hey there, I'm Robo, your data quality guy. Let's dive into the key dimensions of data quality. First up, accuracy.
So when we are talking about the key dimensions of data quality, the first one is accuracy. So accuracy, what is accuracy? We are saying, if in general knowledge, general language, we are saying that its accuracy is something like that. So accuracy is something that, but data is accurately reflect the real world entities or events. In we can say that it's ensures the information matches the actual object or situation. So your when your data is, you are providing data to your application, it the dimension should be defined. So first dimension is accuracy.
Hey there, I'm Robo, your data quality
So let's
guy.
move.
Let's dive into the key dimensions of data quality. First up, accuracy. Data should reflect real-world entities perfectly. Next, completeness. We want no missing values.
So yeah, data completeness. There should be no any missing value. If we are using any data table, any data set, and we have defined the different columns, different rows, the information, whatever the data we have collected, that should be proper, and we don't want any missing values in that.
Gaps in our data sets.
Yeah, the another word is important is gaps. There should not be any gap.
Consistency is crucial. All sources.
Sorry
Hey
for
there.
this.
Data should reflect real-world entities perfectly. Next, completeness. We want no missing values or gaps in our
Yeah, we have seen that.
Consistency is crucial. All sources and formats should.
So all sources and formats should be proper and correct, because it may happen like in your enterprise, you are using different number of different CRMs, or maybe HR is using something different, or your another team is using is different. But the all sources and all formats should be proper. So it will be helpful for us to meet that dimension and get that particular application a proper.
Data should no values or gaps in our data sets. Consistency is crucial. All sources and formats should be uniform, like date formats. Timeliness matters. Data needs to be up to date for current AI needs. Uniqueness is key. No duplicates or redundant entries allowed. Validity is important. Data must conform to defined rules and schemas.
Okay, so as we have seen that the accuracy, the completeness, the consistency, timeliness, uniqueness, and validity, and the relevance. Like a data should be proper, a data should be complete. There should not be any gap. It should be accurate one, and there should be no duplication. It should be unique. If I'm using my name, Advait, Advait's date of birth is this, contact number is this. So it should be validated and it should be updated one. Now, common data quality challenges, that is important part. I have taken the example previously also, like data silos, fragmented sources leading to inconsistencies. So it may possible that you're collecting data from different resources. You are having some data into your Excel, some data into your some other database, some data is in your documented format. So there could be possibility like it is having this different data sources. But in that case, what we need to do, we need to identify that gaps, and we need to bring that on a one stage. So it will be helpful for the application to understand that data, and we can give proper input to our AI model to learn from that. Then second one is volume and velocity. So handling big data from IoT or streaming sources. So we know that in many of the countries, like I'm staying in India here also, we have started using AI for the traffic control. So we know that there would be huge data is going to create in a minute or in an hour. So based on that, that particular AI application which is meant for some particular activity or particular action, it should work appropriately, and quickly it should process that data. So the like production of huge data, like volume and which velocity it is coming to that model, that is also important. Then bias and noise, inherent prejudices or irrelevant information in dataset. The same example we can say, like if application is going to answer to proper prompt, then in that case it should not make, like if someone is going to ask which trade I'm going to choose in my education further. If I need to go for MS, then which country is good? If I'm going to MS in specific subject, do I need to go in organic chemistry or inorganic chemistry? So yeah, so based on that, it should not give anything which would make which would be it would be a bad picture of that particular model. So that is also we need to make in mind. Then labeling errors. So human mistake in supervised learning annotation. So it may happen like we are going for the supervised learning, unsupervised reinforcement learning. That is not the part. But when we are labeling the errors, we need to make those properly. In that way, like it will understand that this part is coming under error, and it maybe come into the future, and it would be an exception, and how to handle that. So there would be n number of scenarios. So based on n number of scenarios, it would be a challenge to maintain the data quality out there. Then integration issue, merging heterogeneous data from multiple origins. So same with what we have said that there would be different origins, different information would be there, and your application is going to work on the multidisciplinary segment, we can say. In that case, this has covered. So here also the data quality is going to be a challenge. So data quality management framework: assess, evaluate current data quality using metrics and audits to find issues. So time to time, what we need to do, we need to do the audits. We need to define the KPI, key performance indicators, different metrics we are going to define. So based on that, it will be helpful for us to understand how our application is working and where it is lacking. It may possible that it is lacking at some particular scenario or particular use case. So in that case, we need to identify that. According to that, we need to plan it, define the quality goals aligned with the business and AI objectives. So it is important. We need to keep a sync of our business. For a particular business, you are going to develop that AI application and AI objective. Why it's there, how it's going to change, and how it is going to replace the particular activity which initially was used performed by any other application, and now you are bringing it to AI. So we are expecting a lot from that application. Then in process of implementation, when we have collected the data, we are cleaning, we are validating, we are transforming to fixed data, and in that case, what would happen, that our application is learning, that is okay, but when we are implementing it, how it is responding, how it is working. Then next step would be the monitoring. So continuous track data quality with automated alerts for issues. So now it's happened, like I have developed my application is working. It may possible that it is right now it's in the under test, but it started working. So I need to monitor, like if such type of inputs are coming, in that case, how it's going on, what would be the result. If something weird is coming, some weird results are coming, so at that time we need to get some alerts. So it will helpful for us, so we can create the alerts into format of alarming, email or call, anything we can do that. But that is important, and based on the feedback we need to improve that. We are monitor, yes, we got these issues, loops to refine the data pipelines and prevent the future issues. Then governance. So establish roles, policies and standards to ensure data stewardship. See, we are saying about the data, then we are talking, yes, there would be our organization is following ISO 9001, 14000, whatever. But within the organization, we need to establish, we need to define the role. Someone should be there who is going to take the stewardship, and based on that, we need to decide to monitor, to check, to make the policies. And finally, it would be the integration, how your system, like your framework into end-to-end AI development, that particular life cycle. So data quality management framework, when we are managing the data quality, we need to define these things, and we need to check, we need to make the checklist, we can say, like, yes, we are assessing, we are planning, we are going on the path. So it will be easier for us to maintain everything. So best practices for the data collection. Now our application is there. We need to teach him. We need to make the some data available for it. So let's check this video completely. We'll talk about it.
First, define clear requirements based on your AI model goals. Next, use diverse sources to combine data sets and reduce bias. Implement metadata tagging to track data provenance and lineage. Automate where possible. Leverage APIs and web scraping with quality checks. Don't forget ethical sourcing. Ensure consent and compliance in data acquisition. Use sampling strategies like stratified or random sampling for representativeness. Finally, apply initial quality gates to filter out low quality data during ingestion.
Okay, so what we have seen in this video, like best practices for data collection. So initially, the same practice what we are doing usually is like we need to define the clear requirements, right? So requirement should be clear. If I'm taking an example, let's take the example of what it's currently going on into the sentiment analysis. For a sentiment analysis, required text data which would be labeled with a positive, negative, or neutral sentiments from customer reviews. See, what would happen? It may possible that if a prime minister of any country or the particular business tycoon is going to say something he's going to put his future plans or he's going to make any statement. Based on that, there could be possibility of stock market or particular financial you can say aspects of that particular country or particular segment is going to change. So we need to identify the sentiment. Based on that, like we need to collect the proper data. When the statement was from particular business tycoon was in that sentiment, it happens that it is impacted the stock market or the that particular import export or logistic segment of that particular country or particular business. So that we need to make. Then we can say like use diverse data. So that is again important, like combine social media posts, survey responses and news. If where I'm taking like I have one product, I need to launch that product, and based on that I need to collect. First initially I need to take the data, and based on that what would happen, like how the reviews are going. So reviews would be not at one place, so we need to collect reviews from different places. So similarly, when you are making your AI application, your model, you have to teach him like, yes, it's coming from that particular resource, and collecting that data and teaching that particular application, it will be easier to make that particular application more understandable and to identify the more scenarios. So it would be helpful to you can say handling the exceptions. Then implementing metadata tagging. So we need to tag the data set. It's very simple. Like we're tagging a data set. Suppose if we can take the example of medical reports. So accordingly, we need to tag that data set, and then based on that, we can see that how it's learning the tagging, how it's learning from that particular data set. We can say the automate wherever possible. So usually where when I was working and my last project, and currently also we have one project which is the AI project. So here usually what we do, we go for the use of different programming language. Yes, of course Python would be always there. So we are developing our own frameworks and automate the things to monitor this. It will help us to collect the proper results, and the presentation it would be itself on the dashboard. So obviously it's easier for any organization to understand that part. So that is again the best practice for the data collection. Then what we can say that sampling strategies. So if our application is targeted for particular business or particular segment of industry, in that case we need to get the proper data from proper sampling. Like based on that, the prediction or whatever the operation, whatever the workflow we have to define, we are to expecting from that model. So based on that, we have to work accordingly. Techniques of data cleaning, this is the important part again, because we know that now we have collected the data. Now data has been collected properly, but it may possible that there could be a like we can say problem, or like it's incomplete, anything would be there. So let's go and let's first see this video.
Let's dive into some essential techniques. First up, handling missing values with imputation methods. Mean or median can save the day. Next, outlier detection. Use z-scores or machine learning algorithms to spot those anomalies. Don't forget deduplication. Fuzzy matching or hashing helps eliminate redundancies. Normalization is key. Standardize scales, formats, and units for consistency. Noise reduction. Apply filtering techniques for text, images, or signals. Transform your data types or aggregate for uniformity. And for scalability, automate the process with Python scripts using pandas.
So now we have collected data. Now data cleaning. Data cleaning is again important because it could be possible that data would be incomplete. There could be a gap between the data. Anything would be there. So we need to go for like we already have gone with the clear requirements. So in that case, what would happen? Like the application is understanding, application is getting into that way. Like bringing it is bringing the proper understanding of that particular model. Like now the data is there and it started learning. This is not the way. So data should be proper. If I have collected that particular data, then the data should understand that part, and it's like coming in a way like if I'm giving a customer name, a list, it would be a column, it's customer name, contact number. If something is missing, it could possible. The fuzzy matching would be there, where what we can say that there would be name Steve Smith, but it may possible that in a row again there would be 3 or 4 Steve Smith. It may possible that the spelling of Smith is different. So in that case we need to make clear, we need to manage that, we need to clean the data properly. So it will help us out to make a proper data set which is understandable for that particular model. So imputation method, like we know that if there is like in couple of places the age is missing or some value is missing, so how you are going to put that value? So imputation methods are there which we are usually using to make that fill that particular gap and get the proper information out there. So it is helping us out to make that. So data validation and monitoring. So data validation and monitoring, see, we have collected data, we have cleaned the data. Now we need to validate the data and we need to check, we need to monitor that whatever we have validated, it is correct and it is expecting in a proper way. So validation rules, we can say that we need to schema checks, range validation and cross field logic. So what is that? So range validation, we are talking about range validation. If I have a table, I have a data set which I am giving to my model. Now it may possible that how it is understanding in the age or in a particular table. I'm taking an example of age. So in age, the age is defined in a way like the age should be up to the 25, from 25 to 120 years. I don't know if you are living for 120 years, that's okay, but it should not be something like 200, 250, 300. If it's there, then how exceptionally you are handling that, how you are validating that, and how you are monitoring the application it's impacting there. Cross field logic is also there, like in somewhere you are going to like analyzing the analyzing any product. So there could be expiry date, there could be a start date to end date of particular plan. You are identifying, if I'm going to ask my AI model, I need to buy one health insurance. Okay, so what is the premium for that particular health insurance? So it is going to start, it will cover all the health insurance available in the market, it is going to compare properly. So in that case, it should have understanding like how to check for the cross field logic, like it's starting from the start date, it is for the end date, and how it's calculating the age, etc. Automated testing, we know that unit tests for the data pipelines in CI/CD workflows. So how your application, what is the way you are, we can say that the implementation or the your industry's model, like every organizations have their own defined model. It could possible like where they are doing the automated testing, how they are using that. So it depends organization to organization to organization. Then real-time monitoring, dashboards tracking quality metrics over time. So as I said initially, like real-time monitoring is also important. Like if I'm giving some input, how the application is reacting, how the application is responding, and how the application is behaving. So we need to, dashboard is always good to create a dashboard and to verify that it will show us a red spot. Yes, in that scenario, frequently it is giving wrong result or it is not able to handling the exception. And because of that, the application is crashing and the further results are also going to be in a negative way, or we can say it is not expecting. Anomaly detection, yeah, same point. So we need to check like how anomaly detection has been done, ML models to flag deviation from norms. So if I define that particular AI model, it has to behave in that way, in that condition, then we need to put a flag like, yes, it's deviating from the expecting results. So how it is deviating from the expecting results? So it should be a cycle where we need to achieve, we need to work with these different steps, and it is like whatever we have done in previous slide, we define that framework, we have defined that, and the output we are coming here, like we are keeping the data validation and we are monitoring it, we are doing the auditing, we are checking for the feedback loops. So we know that many agentic AI, they are asking, they are providing you the answer. So initially, I don't know how many of you are like have done AI A/B testing. So when A/B testing we're talking, usually marketing people are using that. Like one flyer you have prepared another flyer with the same information or the information in the different colors, different text, different patterns is there. So you need to identify that which flyer is going to be a more useful one. It is going to attract people. So what would happen in that case? Similarly, we need to check for the feedback loop. If I am responding, my agentic AI is responding on with the two responses, then it should ask us like, yes, oh, okay, response A is better than the response B. Then metrics, yeah, I said previously, like we need to check further, we need to define the KPIs, key performance indicators, and it is like, see, how many KPIs you are defining for that particular model testing, in the data part. So it is always important, like how you are defining that. That is important. It is not only something like I need to check the performance, I need to check the load, I need to check the volume. How it is important, how you are defining. That is important part, because in AI, the input what we are talking about, it could be anything, and based on that your application is going to respond. And how it is going to respond, because we have teach him, we have provided proper data. So based on that we need to define that. So this is the what we can say that more data validation and monitoring. Now tools and technologies. So these are like some tools. Usually what happen, like nowadays when I talk to my friends or my some other colleagues, so they said that they have started using their own frameworks for such type of development and quality matters. So it is always good. Libraries are available in the market, you can use tools are available in the market for the specific reason or the specific you can say aspect to test. Then in that case it depends, like your business requirement, your client requirement, or whatever is there. So these are number of tools and technologies, like open source are there, commercial are there, cloud based. So we can use that. Then case study, the successful implementation of our company autonomous vehicle firm. One autonomous vehicle firm is there. The challenge is noisy sensor data leading to inaccurate object detection. So one vehicle is going on, it is into university campus maybe or on the road. So noisy sensor data leading to inaccurate object detection. So here what we need to do, the implemented multi-stage cleaning pipeline with validation gates. So it is important that your data is correct, and now it should understand, like whatever the your sensor is checking for the we can say the barrier is there, what object is there, and how to respond that object, how to speed up, how to speed down, everything we have to define that. So in autonomous vehicle, this is one of the part where the we can check that data is like it's an improvement in the model accuracy, reduce false positives by 40%. So custom ML models for outlier removal and real time monitoring. So it is always good to do the real time monitoring. There, see, it's taking time, it takes months, or you don't know like what sort of tool is there, what type of that particular vehicle is there, what it's meant to work. So in that case, everything is important, because the important part is data. So early integration of quality checks in data ingestion, it is important. The in all the these 7 or 8 points, the important part is key lesson, that early integration of quality checks in data ingestion. So this is one of the case study we can say. So if you remember the in previous slide where I talk about the traffic control, AI based traffic control. There the velocity and volume of data is huge. If it's a you can say a area of any city which is having a huge traffic, in that case that AI application should handle that particular area traffic and whatever it's meant to do the activities. So it is the part of that particular AI enabled application. So similarly, when any autonomous vehicle, it's like going from anywhere, and then it would be something like that. It needs to do the proper object detection. One case study we can say lesson from failure, like healthcare AI provider. One healthcare AI provider, where the challenge is a biased data set from incomplete patient records. If you can see that this case study is like it's comprehensive, or you can say the gist of what we have seen in previous slides, like biased data set from incomplete patient records. This lead to misdiagnose the underrepresented groups. So it is always good to go like your data, how you are label your data, how you are cleaning your data, the sampling of the data, what images you are collecting. So everything is important to reduce word. I'm going to use the words, you are completely avoiding the bias. So if your data set is not biased, your results would not be biased one. So the project delays, but eventual 15% accuracy. So these case studies, I had taken it like means it happened, and it's a normal part of that, because it is important when you are talking, when you are taking the AI application into picture for any segment or any industry. Here we're taking about the healthcare, but it could be possible that into logistic also. But the one use case I just remember, like it happened in one of the application I was working 2 or 3 months back, where it happened that they have their warehouses, but based on that particular information, the capacity of their warehouses, how the racks are kept, so they need some AI model which is going to help them to make understand how the capability of that particular area, and how much the uh, you can say the delivery of the product and delivery of the raw material. So they have to calculate, and based on that they are going to order. So finally we found that the order they received again the raw material they are ordered. So the calculation, based on that calculation, now it's very smooth. Their entire logistic and transportation is going on, and that is because of that particular AI application. So that is another case study I have added here. I just remember that. So we can say that impact on AI performance metrics. The accuracy, we have seen that the high quality data reduces error rates in prediction. Precision, cleaner data enhances the precision and recall. So it's a very simple, like whatever the return, it's meaning in that way only. The training efficiency, complete and consistent data reduces epoch needed, cutting training time up to 30%. So again, training efficiency is important. Accuracy, precision, training efficiency, and it will be like making the performance matrix, because your data was perfect, your data set was perfect, it was properly labeled, there is no gap, it was clean very well, you have collected very good samples, and now your application is understanding everything and it's ready to work. The diverse unbiased data improves model performance on unseen test sets. So diverse data, unbiased data, it is required to improve the model performance on unseen test sets. Robustness, yeah, we know that we are going to upgrade the application again and again. It may possible that a requirement may change request would come. In that case also, it is important. Then fairness, what we have talked about the unbiased, then yes, fairness, the mitigate the bias metrics like demographic, parity, ensuring equitable outcome. So there should not be any something like it is favoring to anything, or is biased towards anything. So that we need to mitigate. Then costing, obviously they reduce the retaining cost and computational resource usage. Why we are using it? We are digitize our businesses. We are initially using software, now we are going into software, but AI enabled software. So its impact on AI performance matrix. So your data matters a lot, data quality matters more than that. Future trends in data quality management, we can say that AI driven automation. So self-healing data pipelines using generative AI, federated learning quality management across decentralized data sources. So again, we are bringing automation here. Now, day by day, it would come in that way, like whatever the application you are going to develop, whatever the model you are going to build, and it is asking for the data, that it needs the proper data. I don't want that data because it is not, we can say, compatible with the information or the projection of the activity. Then blockchain or provenance, for provenance, that immutable tracking of data lineage. Then synthetic data generation, creating high quality artificial data set. Now we are collecting data. We are collecting data from different resources. We are having different CRM for the particular application. We are having different data sets. We have collected that, but sometimes it's like creating high quality artificial data. Like, yes, the case has not happened past in the past, but it could be a future use case would be there. Now, how my application is going to work on that case, how it is going to behave. So in that case, what would happen? It will come into picture like you have to define data properly. Edge computing, as we know that on device quality checkers for real-time AI application. Sustainability focus, that is the important part in the future trends, that efficient data pruning to reduce environmental impact. So how your system is learning, how the data is coming, how the way it is responding. So it should be a proper, it should happen in a proper way. The regulatory evaluation soon, it's like there would be laws, there would be clause which would come, depends on the, we can say, the geographical region, country to country, or maybe industry to industry. So based on that, your data is also matters. And in data quality, it would come like what type of data. If we're taking an example, like if I'm providing one pharmaceutical data or any financial data, then how we need to define that, yes, this type of data can be considered, this type of data cannot be considered. So based on that, so it's going to be a future trend in data quality management. So conclusion. So summary of effective data quality management is critical for unblocking the high performance AI. Key takeaways: focus on the dimension, which we have defined earlier. Frameworks, the continuous monitoring, that is again important. Call to action, as we have said that we are putting the alarm or we are putting some alert. Then in that case, we need to like implement robust practices to avoid costly errors. So once the application or your model is into testing phase, which type of testing is happening at that time, if you are going to get the proper errors, you are collecting that, and in future you are going to avoid the further cost on that. So achieve reliable, ethical, and scalable AI systems. Yeah, the most important part. Achieve reliable, ethical, and scalable. Easy to use, no bias, no fairness, and the scalable. We know that we are expecting a lot from that particular system, and it should be easily upgradable. So yeah, this is all about. I think thank you for your attention.
Okay, thanks for everything that you say. This is a lot.
Yeah, it's a vast one, but yeah, need to cover that. We are touching to that, but if we can say that every point is with too much examples, like we can say we need to take different sessions,
Yeah, yeah,
because
exactly.
it's a future, it's a future. And important part here is like AI is like, when I started the session we were talking, like AI is going to minimize the errors, minimize the human intervention, everything. So your
Mhm.
application should be that much quality.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know. I was talking early morning with other speaker about the quality of the requirements that we ask to the AI to
Hmm.
verify in our systems,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes maybe the human error is about these requirements. The as a human we don't know how to use the tools, how to ask to the tool or the artificial intelligence what we want, what we need. So something that you mentioned in the presentation was about monitoring.
Yeah.
Um, I have seen in some projects, for example, that they use a lot of data, but
Mm-hmm.
they don't know how to track this data, and
Right.
sometimes they are performing change of status related to that data, or somebody is accessing to this data. Maybe the data is the same across all the system, but you are working with this data and they don't know nothing about it. They only know that, yeah, we have a lot of data, we are having this
Hmm.
here, but they don't even know about security of the data, so, because they are not
Yeah,
doing
that
this
is,
tracking.
yes, that is wrong, because see, if I'm going to like my application, I'm not into reinforcement learning. My application is not into reinforcement. It's working with AI is still with the supervised and unsupervised learning. So I'm providing it data set. Like, yes, if this is the scenario, you need to impact. It's a simple case, simple example what we have initially taken. If I'm listening some music or watching some dance, it started. So if I'm going to watch Michael Jackson, or if I'm going to listen Shakira, I'm going to listen hip hop. Okay, so Advait and Josh, both of them like Shakira, or maybe both of them like MJ. Okay, so they started providing me MJ's information or MJ related videos. Okay, then now in the second and third time, what would happen? My data set was in that way, like, yes, MJ's dance performances from 1975 to 1980, something like that. Then again it would start looking into that. Yes, it is providing us 1975 and 1980. Then it is provided the words from that particular song, the you can say sentiment of that song, what emotion, with what emotion the song has. So in which country he has performed. So it may be like it's Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, wherever. Right. So yeah. So whatever the data set we are providing, accordingly the results are coming. And what we are doing here, the data, when we are managing the data quality, we are having huge data sets. And if we are still missing any data set or missing any information, in that case, what we need to do, we need to make it that much good that it should perform well on any exception.
Yeah, something else that you mentioned and it attract my attention is related to the system for healthcare. When the system it has bias problem, no, for example, and sometimes when they want to diagnose a sick somebody, but is related, or they are using a parameter like a color skin or how the user looks, or I don't know, because even the person can have different levels of immunity to the sickness, right? So in this case, when you are talking about systems with a lot of data, what means with a lot of data in order to prevent the bias?
Yeah. So data variety shabda we don't use, we use data set from diverse resources. So when we are talking about the diverse resources, what is data set we have collected? It should be a comprehensive data. What all the use cases we are considering? If I need to check one X-ray of, suppose, touch wood, no one should suffer with that, but any specific disease, there should be any tumor. In that case, to check the status of tumor quickly, if I already provided it number of things, then it started learning, okay, this is the stage second, this is the stage one, this is stage third. So quickly it should identify what type of that. So diverse data, I'm not using word large data, the diverse data and comprehensive data.
Yeah, but in this case that you need to train this, or at least have access to these data sets, when we are talking about healthcare, it's more difficult to get this information. I mean, because it's not the same solution when you can create with another AI the data set,
Correct.
and sometimes the information should be real.
Right. So if I'm coming with a same example, if some stage of that particular disease is out there, and based on the other aspect of that particular patient, your indication, your prescription would be depend on that, right? But the easy, quick, and accurate diagnosis, it will help us out to understand that. So it won't make the spending more time, like go to this, go to that, and check this, do this, blah 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 blah. So number of steps would be there. Obviously, healthcare is utmost important. So it all depend on the, you can say, the healthcare provider, like how you are using that application. If you are using for diagnosis, or maybe a number of scenarios would be there. But again, the diverse data is there, a comprehensive data is there, and based on that, again, see, I have given my healthcare application under test, I have given it data set that 35 patients are there. Their name is suppose ABC XYZ. Their age group is 35 to 54. Now their other condition, diabetic 2, high BP, it could possible. Previously impacted, yes. Family history of sugar, yes. So everything has to consider.
In this
So
case, for example, when you decide that is an error in the data set, I mean, just because one time they give you something wrong, or how as a tester, how I can identify that there is a problem of data set, or there is a problem of the just the structure of the output.
understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So two factors are there. One I use here, like sampling, and another is the data sampling, proper data sampling, and another is how our algorithm is working into the application, how we have defined the algorithm, because our AI model is indicated to something. If you are taken an example of healthcare, if I'm taking an example of logistic, and if I'm asking him, I want to take some train, I need to go, I am interested into astrology, and I want to go to astronomy, something like that. So it won't come in that way, right? Output would not be, it will directly throw you out an error, like, yes, I'm not understanding, or something like that. So domain specific data sampling, plus how your algorithm is perfect, how it is defined. So depends on that also.
Okay. Well, do you have questions, Josh?
No, just thank you. We really appreciate it, Advait, for giving us all this valuable information. And could you please give us just one advice for that QA junior that would like to start creating this data?
Come again.
Give us an advice for all the QA juniors that they will start with this data.
Okay. So yeah, advanced, like it will be always friendly advice. For the career aspect, like if we are checking, so we need to go with the proper understanding of database and dataset. That is important. Another is like where you are working, in which domain, which technology you are working. In that case, how you are treating data as the part of your testing. Because in traditional way, if I am saying that there is a web application where user has to register, so in that case, it's a normal condition. What we are going to do, we are putting our name, we are putting our information, blah, 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 and we are submitting. When the tester or QA person is going to test that, it is going to put the positive way, happy flow, and then he is going to put the negative flow. So yes, in phone number also, it is taking the alphabets. So this is first error, and he is happy. Yes, I found very big a bug. So that is okay. But when we are talking about data, each and everything has to consider minutely your data set. And one word I will always use, because data set would be large, database would be large. In that case, go for the automation, develop your own frameworks, use those, ask for the requirement. So when we start this session, the first thing was whether the requirement. So based on your requirement, your data, you need required data, because no one is going to give you correct data, real-time data for your testing purpose. Right?
Yeah.
My client is not going to give me, so I need to create that.
Exactly. Not all the data works for everything.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, you have a good point. So anything else? We don't have any question here. Perhaps they receive everything. They understand completely everything.
No, that's it. Do you want to add something else, Advait?
No, I would say, like, again, the only one thing, I just give me a second. I need to put charger on. Okay. Just one thing. It's not only about AI. It's about the emerging technologies. Nowadays, when you are talking about digital twins, we are talking about IoT, augmented realities. So everything is important, and everywhere data is important. Here we are talking about the AI, but AI alone, or AI to these applications, or their consortium. So entire ecosystem is important, and everywhere data is important. So data quality is not coming for any particular trend or particular application or particular technology. Yes, it is everywhere. When it's coming into seeing, even blockchain also we're talking about. When we are talking about IoT also, we are using drones. How drones are working, what is the algorithm we are using in drones, how we are collecting the data, everything is important. So proper data sources. So everywhere, data is everywhere. Uh,
Yeah, even
so
with,
that,
So be
sensors or
careful with the
something like
data.
that, not just test or other
yeah,
different. Yeah, exactly,
correct.
exactly. Okay, well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here in Hands on Testing, and we hope you can be with us the next year.
Oh yeah, thanks Josh, thanks Bianca. It's great to see you all again, and yeah, we'll be in touch. Talk to you soon.
Okay,
Of
Take care.
course.
Good day.
good day. Thank you so
Yeah,
much, and have a good
yeah,
night.
thanks. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Sleep
Yeah,
well.
bye.
Okay. Yeah, the data is a problem, right? Yeah, because sometimes even when you want to prevent or do in advance the testing, you need the data in order to know how it's gonna work the system and what they gonna do with the data, right?
No, actually, when you try to create a different kind of a scenario, no, not just the test to pass, even the test to failure, if you don't have the correct data, perhaps we are going to miss or we are miss a different kind of test, no, not just the happy path. That's a great point that Advait give it to us, not just the happy path to try to test us with the correct data, no. What is the difference between the putting the correct data and putting a negative things, no, there? Remember, the user every single way is going to find to do not do the
Yeah,
correct
a
things
new data that
into
you
our
didn't know.
exactly, no. For example, our names, no. Well, my name, my full name, it's very complicated and complicated to put it there sometimes on the field of
Yeah,
name
that's true.
on different scenarios. But well, that is important. Please don't miss this part, and don't skip this part, and try to um research, do it sometimes the research with the user, or perhaps with the company, what kind of data we are going to use with the test cases, not for the test cases, sorry. And perhaps you can create it alone or use the yeah, but use it very carefully, no, with the results.
No, and as also I would say, even if you really wants to have a product that everybody can use, you need to verify that that data that everybody's gonna
Exactly.
use can use them there, right?
Exactly, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Well, we are ready for our next speaker, or not, or no,
No, he's jumping up.
or no, we are not ready yet. Okay.
Okay, don't worry about
Yes.
it.
Remember, for everybody that is seeing this streaming, that all the talks and that we are having those days, we will upload it again in the next months. Because we need to separate in each track, in each talk, and then upload out the data the data in YouTube. So if you don't want to miss anything, you need to see us in live, on live. So don't miss the talk for today. This is the last one in English, and then we will gonna do a break and return at 2 p.m. Mexican hour. I don't know.
It's
Mexican
time.
time, yeah. I don't know.
Easter time.
It's because only
Don't worry about
hour.
it.
And also, if you want to join us in Guadalajara, September 20, you can go to the webpage, hands on testing.
Buy your
Buy your
tickets.
ticket. Exactly, handsontesting.com, and you can find the tickets if you want the QA kit that you deserve, because you are a good tester. So come Saturday with us.
obviously, and we can meet and talk about everything. No, remember it's going to be the Pan American University, so please go there. We are need to meet you and communicated everything that we every single day appreciated of the testing and the development teams. So Vipin, it's here.
Okay, let me. Okay, it's there. Hi, Vipin.
How's it going?
Hello, Bianca. Hello, Josh.
Hello. Where are you? Can you
Hello.
hear us? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Are you ready for your talk?
Again?
Okay, let me. Are you ready? Okay,
Yeah, I am
then
ready.
you can start.
Go for it.
Okay, so I just need to share my screen.
Yeah. Okay, now we can see it. Yes.
You can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm beginning now. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, late evening, early evening, good afternoon. I don't know from where people are connected, but it's for me, it's almost midnight. And for people in Mexico and around, it's the afternoon time. So great talking at this time, 12 hours apart. Just heard the previous talk, and that talked a lot about data, and I'm continuing on that. My topic is AI biases and the tester's mission to keep them in check. So let's move forward. Let's first see what exactly is AI bias. So AI bias occurs when artificial intelligence shows unfair preferences or prejudices in its predictions. So we all know that we can give a lot of data to AI and ask AI to work on that data and predict the next steps or next actions. But if those actions, the results, they are biased towards a particular section of the society due to a color or gender or race or income level or whatever, we say that it's unfair. This can lead to skewed outcomes that reinforce common stereotypes or underrepresent marginalized groups. The entire world is talking about every human is same. We do not differentiate two humans based on race, gender, caste, or whatever other stuffs. Then why AI is doing that? This exactly is what is meant by AI bias. And in my presentation, I'll highlight some use cases where AI bias happened and what we as testers need to do if we get to test a certain software where the data is coming in terms of a biased data. What are the things that as testers we should be taking care of? I don't know if you can hear it or not, but let's see what Barbie says. If you can hear it, let me know. Sorry.
No, we don't hear.
No.
Maybe when you share your screen, you have to activate share also the sound.
How others people?
Okay, just stop the sharing. Stop sharing
Yes, doing it.
your screen. And there is an option to share also the sound in advanced
Share
option.
screen, and it says entire screen. I select my screen to share audio. Oh, to share audio, share a tab. I need to share a tab.
Yeah.
But this is not a tab, it's a presentation, right? What are the other options? Local video, presentations, screen share.
Yeah, and in the screen share.
That's camera, that's audio. Vipin, these are the camera, right? And if I click on plus, presentation, screen share, extra camera, local video.
Okay. In the screen share option, you need to select all the screen, click there. Maybe because right now you are sharing.
It's a PowerPoint. It's not a Google presentation. And if I click here, it doesn't work. Or maybe I just run it. People can understand, and I'll explain later.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. So can you see my presentation again?
Yes, we are seeing the presentation. Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. So sorry for some technical glitch. I'm just running the presentation. You may not hear it, but I'll explain what is happening there. And you can see what happens when AI creates. It's a Barbie with a gun, because it's a Barbie in Africa. And let me run it, and you can see other images too. Okay, so what basically this video means is, if I can ask you, just create an image of a doctor in your mind, a couple of seconds, then visualize that you created. Let me give you certain hints. So maybe you think about possible male doctor with the scope in his neck, white dress, neatly combed hair, a driver who drives trucks. Then possibly try to create an image of a shopkeeper. Try to create image. When we talk about teacher, the first thing that comes in our mind, when I talk about a truck driver, it's always a male. About a shopkeeper, most of the time it's male. So what this Barbie example is showing you is, and when it was asked to create a Barbie in Africa, the Barbie was created as the first pick, but with a gun in the hand. Now, this is surprising, right? A Barbie, which is such a cute doll, having a gun in the hand. Why? Because when they try to create an image in people from, let's say, around the world in newspapers and magazines and online content, it has some people, some warriors with gun in the hand. So what done with the Barbie, but remained there. And this is where the problem lies. Now people can say that a gun and a Barbie in, let's say, America or other places, Barbie is a very cute doll. Let's see certain real life use. So year 2016, Amazon created a AI hiring tool. And what it exactly want is giving all the on certain criteria and then asked AI at this. So just to give you certain numbers, the resume contained 120 names. Those names are both men and women. Both is a combination black men, black women, white men, white women. It's a combination of all the 120 resumes. Resumes were given to 3 different LLMs, Mistral AI, and all were asked to rank the resume against 500 real world jobs. And those jobs are covering 9 different occupations like HR worker, engineer, teacher, laborer, and so on. So 120 people, they submitted their resume. Those people include white men, black men, white female, black female. And based on the AI results, the resume were compared against 500 real world jobs. And those 500 jobs, they cover 9 different occupations. So if you take a permutation combination of this, it resulted into 3 million comparisons between resume and job descriptions. And when the results came out, see it, 85% white associated names were preferred over black, 82% males were preferred over female names, 67% black females were preferred over black males. Aren't these surprising to you? If you see again the first name, 85% white names preferred over black names. Does that mean only the white people in the world are intelligent? Only they are allowed to do any chance of getting a good job? This is ridiculous. This is a completely wrong interpretation of the data. Now, what does or AI given the wrong data, or we have created a wrong data out of it? Because why whites are preferred over black, why female male names or other side? And believe me, most of these resumes have similar qualifications. So female MBA, a male MBA, or a female engineer, a male engineer, but the preference was given to either a male engineer or a white male engineer. The second thing was Compass Criminal Justice Risk Assessment. Now, this was a study which was carried out in Florida, USA. What does it mean is, so in a jail, you keep all the criminals. Now, criminals do not have any color or caste or creed. Male criminals, female criminals, black, white, colored, anything. Anyone who does any wrong against justice is treated as a criminal and put in jail. Now, this study compared that, or in fact not compared, this study identified what is the probability of a criminal who moves out of the jail when he finishes his term to commit a crime again. And to surprise of the world, it says 73% black criminals can cause a crime again, and only 23% white males are treated as people who can commit crime again. What is the reality? It was completely opposite. 79% white males or white females, they committed crime again, and only 21% or 22% black males or black females, they committed a crime again. So again, this is more in favor of a certain section or certain color of the society. This is more interesting. Apple Card gender discrimination. So what has happened is, one of the founders of Apple, he and his wife, they both owned only one property, only one house. And they both have one bank account, which is shared between them. So if the male member is, let's say, an owner of $100 million, his wife is also an owner of $100 million because their property and everything is exactly same. Both applied for Apple Card. AI decide who will get card and what is the credit limit that both will get. Again, to a surprise, the male member received $100,000 as a credit limit. Have exactly same property. Both have amount of money, but the male got 5 times more credit limit than the female. So depending on who receives what, how quality of hospitals or other stuff, AI predicted that out of the data given to him, that's it, AI, a certain section of people, which were like white males, which have a certain amount of more money and other stuff, they should be given better medical fees facilities in the best hospitals around US. And people who are, let's say, black males or a different color, race or something, they are not entitled for that. Why is that? A human is a human. If someone is sick, he should get the best treatment present in the world. But AI doesn't think so. It says a certain section of people should receive better treatment. Therefore, realize if you search Google, if you ask ChatGPT or go anywhere else, you will find thousands of such cases that happened once the AI becomes so popular. So that's the bias I want to highlight. Assuming if you receive any of these 4 softwares in front of you and you have to test it, you have to ensure that the test results are coming fine, perfect. What should be your scope? That's the jinx of this particular talk. So in summary, now we are using AI for doing justice decisions, employment decisions, healthcare decisions, housing decisions, who will receive loans and allocations and other stuff, and financial decisions, who will receive bank loans. AI is influencing all of these. Can we allow this? Because then the results, these 5 and many other also decision-making processes will always be skewed, will always be wrong. People who deserve house will not get house. People who deserve healthcare will not get healthcare. People who deserve correct justice will not receive correct justice. So the questions in front of us as a human, as a society is, shall we stop using AI? No, I am not saying that. Use AI as a tool. But as testers, we are the gatekeepers of releasing any software to the world which is working perfectly fine. AI is just another tool. It is helping in creating lots of softwares. Lots of softwares are now AI based. So if I am going to test it, which is the new challenge in front of the testers, what should I do? And we don't have to be afraid of it. Because as a tester in my 25-year journey so far, we were testing web applications. Then we started testing mobiles. Then mobiles also got differentiated into Android and Windows and your iPhones, right? iOS. When I was done with these three, I thought, okay, now I'll continue testing mobiles and then I'll possibly retire from my job. And IoT came in. And its entire world is talk about sensors. And I'm like, okay, I again have to learn testing of a new style, sensors. And then when I thought that all the sensors thing are done, when I can test Tesla cars, when I test sensors all around the world, AI came in. And again, you have to, I would say, testing. But you don't have to learn how to test. You have to learn what are the new mechanisms you should apply to test all the softwares which are not a typical. You don't have to test Java. Still, there is an application in front of you. And you already know with the examples I showed that this application is not producing correct results. What is the cause of here? By human beings, and the humans ourselves are biased. When I asked you to think about an image of a teacher, I would say 80% of you had thought about a female teacher. Why not a male teacher? Why can't a black female doctor? When we think about a doctor, all it comes in the mind is let's say a white male doctor. Why not a female doctor? When you think about a nurse or a hospital attendant, then it's a female. When you think about a scientist fighting a war as an army soldier, again it's a male. Aircraft flyers, but the flight attendants, females. So our own mind is biased, and we are not doing it for pleasure, because we have seen this in last 50 years or 40 years or whatever your age is. When you fly, most of the flight attendants are females. So in our mind, we have categorized that if you want to be a female flight attendant, it has to be a female. All the models who walk on the ramp for fashion shows, they are mostly females. So in my mind, I have created an impression that all the models are females. So when I try to put data in AI to its LLMs to learn more, I'll only give what I perceive. I'll only input what I think about. And then I ask AI to give a model who walks on ramp. 95% times it will give me a female model. So we are saying AI is biased. I am saying no, AI is not biased. The data that AI is receiving is biased data. So AI's algorithm work on the biased data to produce more biased outputs. And that is where the problem is. The problem is with the data set that we use for our testing. So the human data is used for training, that itself is biased. And human data reflects existing social biases. Until we remove these social biases from our mind, which I believe is not easy, which will not happen in even next 20 years, that means the AI will keep on receiving biased data. So the other way of leveraging AI's use to best of its capabilities is remove the biasness from the data itself. And that is what we are discussing now. So the question is, what can we do as testers? The bias testing is all about a couple of pros and cons. So you have ethical alignments, you have legal compliances, and of course you want to have business success. There are some legal options also. Different countries have different rules. And you have to abide by those rules when you create your own data. Similarly, you have to think about the ethical alignments. If you are creating a data, make sure you have common mix of all of that, right? You should have data of all colors, race, genders, economic balances, countries, and other stuff. We still say there are some first world countries, and then there are some second world countries, and then there are some third world countries. When we talk about, let's say, United States, it's a first world country. When we talk about, let's say, a country in Asia, we say it's a third world country. Until we stop differentiating different countries into first world or second world or third world, it's very hard to remove bias from our own mindsets. The first thing that we have to do is audit your data. That is the most critical thing before even you begin pushing your data to various LLMs. You have to identify any inherent biases in the training data. So let's say you are creating a data of 5,000 employees in a company or 5,000 resumes that you have received. Put all the data into a database, then run different kind of queries. Analyze the dataset variables, especially the sensitive attributes like gender, race, and socioeconomic status. Let's say run a query. Display all the first names, second names, first names, surnames, gender, age from a database, from a table. It will give you 5,000 records. Now sort that records on the column gender. If you see 3,000 male records and 2,000 female records or other way around, it's okay. It's a balanced data. But if you see 4,500 records of male or female and only 500 records of the other gender, or there is no mention of the third gender, then that means your data is biased, skewed. If you filter your data on economic status and you see most of the people whose data come on the screen, let's say it is about people who earn $100,000 per month, and you do not see data which is less than $40,000 per month, that means your data is biased. Think about Amazon. Amazon, entire world buys stuff from Amazon, right? From your shoes, your clothes, your household things, your garden equipments, your car instruments, everything. Is Amazon created only for rich people, or is Amazon created only for poor people? No. Anyone can buy anything from Amazon. Amazon says we have things for everyone. We have $500 cloth and we have $5 cloth also. So if Amazon focus only on the rich people or the poor people or people only from one country, that means the data Amazon is receiving is biased. It is skewed. So you have to analyze your data, and lots of your, I would say, database qualities, your database queries, your database knowledge, it will come on surface, right? So you cannot just be a manual QA now. You should be knowing your databases very well, how to run queries, whether it's Oracle, whether it's SQL servers, whether it's inbuilt database, SQL in Salesforce, anywhere, whether it's simple Excel. You should be knowing how to apply various Excel functions like pivot tables or like your other stuff or other functions as well. But try to analyze the data. Then you should have very clearly defined metrics for qualitative measures, for quantitative measures for bias. What is your metrics? What does your metric look like? Like, for example, die-separate impact or equalized odds or demographic parity. I already mentioned like what kind of demographies we are looking at. So are you looking at the first world countries or second world countries or third world countries? I'm not going into country specific details, but there is a difference, right? We all know that there are bigger countries and there are mid-level countries, there are rich countries, and there are poor countries. And there are countries where a civil war is going on, and there are developed countries where everything is very structured. But demographically, if you think, there are lots of problems in every country, but AI doesn't think about what is happening around the world. AI only thinks about the data that is given to you. So if no one is talking about, let's say, Russia or Ukraine, for AI, Russia is a huge country and Ukraine is one of the biggest countries in Europe, one of the richest countries in Europe. But in reality, we know that there is a war going on. But because AI has not received this kind of data, AI's result will always be for two countries which are quite rich in nature. Then select your methods, what kind of testing you have to perform. So before testing, as I mentioned, what kind of database queries you will be firing. Then you can opt for A/B testing or permutation testing or adversarial testing, depending on what model you are using. So your testing methods should be like that. Just looking at the data and you see, okay, I have 90% data towards one section of the society and only 10% about the other. That is the data. But when your data is balanced out, let's say a 60-40% or 55 or 45%, then you have to apply certain testings also. So yes, there are functional testings. Yes, there are API, but these are not the AI data testing. If you have to test for AI, the results that AI is producing as simple as a black box testing. But if you just go Google it, model here in modern world, ChatGPT today, you will see what kind of AI models are there. Every model is different from other model. Therefore, the types of testings also differ on different models. But these things are available online application as of. You will not test any AI-based application in the future, right? I don't know what are your age groups, but I believe most of you are, let's say, into your mid-30s, which means that even if you decide to stop work at the age of 55 or 60, you still have good 25 of you in front of you. That means there is absolutely no chance that you can spend these 20 years in testing, not testing any AI-based application. You will definitely receive at least one. It's a very small number, at least one. But if you are applications, then good luck. If you are not testing, chance to learn about the AI models that for the upcoming process. Next is, of course, you need to execute your tests. So the objective here is we have to perform the bias testing and use your chosen methods in the previous slide to compare the outputs in the third slide. What is your matrix? What data is exactly you are looking for? What are the types of testings you are going to perform? When everything is decided, start executing your tests. The result of every test should point to certain metric. And because you have already identified your metrics, looking at the data now, you can see whether your data, which is some previous AI algorithms, is skewed, biased, or not, right? Then you have interpreting your results. At the data, as I said, now you can see the outcomes. So if the outcome society, that means is a problem. Means you have to go back to square one. You have to again start looking at the results or execute the tests again. Again interpret the results until you will see that there is no bias. Sometimes there is a small bias, but if the bias is not serious, then it's okay. But anything which is related to gender, caste, color, economic background, demographies, all of these are, I would say, very, very critical, very severe to AI results. So you again have to go back and look at the data Then based on these results, refine the model. You can say, okay, my model is receiving good data, but it is producing results which are not 100% correct or not to my expectations. Refine the model, re-execute the test, and in testing are same as the requirements. So the requirements for these tests are also written somewhere in Jira, let's say. And when the results come in, you have acceptance criteria in the Jira. If those acceptance criteria meet the results, then things are working fine. If they do not, it's okay. You have to do the things again. So you have to retest. As I said, if things are not fine, retest, monitor the results, and keep doing it until you reach to the correct results. So where does bias testing fit in the AI feedback loop? Now this is very, very critical. There is something called as a AI feedback loop. Let me first explain that. This is a very simple AI loop. All the AI models follow this. So you start from, you receive some feedbacks. Based on the feedbacks, you retrain the model. Then you verify and deploy the model and then monitor the results. The results come as feedback. The feedback goes back to refining the model, and this loop keeps on going until your feedbacks are the acceptable feedbacks. Okay, let's say my criteria is I can accept the results if the resumes are on an average 50 to 60% biased towards a certain section. Let's say if I'm comparing, let's say, males and females, if 50 to 60% is about, let's say, a male or a female, I am going to accept it. If it is more than 60 towards a certain section, then I am not going to accept it. So you retrain your model. Then you execute your tests on the model, the results will come, verify them, monitor the results, analysis those results. Based on that, collect the feedback, pass on to the model, keep doing it. Ultimately, everything will fall in place. So that is why this is not just about inputs are give input as 2 plus 2 and you receive 4. And that is not, there are various things involved. You have to define your matrix, and then you have to design your model and testings and your feedback collecting mechanisms in such a way is under the acceptable ratios or accept, right? And these are the key steps to mitigate AI bias. You have to ensure diverse data representation. First and most important thing. Whenever you prepare data for any AI-based application, your data should have lots of varieties. If you are, let's say, testing the AI features of a Tesla car and you want to give input about a driver, your driver just cannot be a male or a female or a black male or a white male or a black female or a white female or any other combination. If you are giving 10 records, make sure you have 10 different types of persons running that car. Anyone can buy a car. You cannot say that only people in United States can buy a Tesla car. And people in China or India cannot buy a Tesla car. You cannot have this biased data into your input. If it is there, do not expect AI to give you accurate results. You have to implement bias detection tools. Lots of new tools are coming up, right? There are AI loads and there are even Python loads and so many things that is happening. But you have lots of free source tools available. Most of the tools are definitely paid. But if you go and search Google, you will find a plethora of tools that are working here. You have to foster diversity in AI teams. That is again very, very critical. If you have 10 different people inputting data inside a system, make sure even those people, they come from different backgrounds because people have different perceptions. Have someone who is, let's say, from advanced nation, have someone who is from a developing nation. They will put definitely different kinds of data. Have people from different continents. A person from Africa is different from a person of Asia, is different from a person of Europe, from South America, and from North America, or from Australia. These are different people. Okay, all are humans, but they have different perceptions. They have faced different kinds of challenges. They have different kind of economic backgrounds. So when they start putting data, you will have variety into your data. If you are putting, then believe me, most of the data will be of the same type. These are numbers, alphabets. It's okay. We have worked on have a audit session, let's say every month. Then whatever user feedback, incorporate that. Don't just listen to the feedback and ignore it. The data on the same model data, bias results. If you incorporate user feedback, you will modify your model, you will modify your algorithms, you will order, and then you expect to receive different kind of results. Whatever country you also have to comply with legal standards. For example, if you especially, there is a rule called as GDPR, General Data Protection Review, I think, if I'm correct. USA has a different rule of managing data. Every country in the world, every continent in the world, they have different rules. You have to follow those rules. You cannot fall into a legal problem. You have to collaborate with the AI community. There is a strong AI community building. Become part of it. Ask your queries, answer the questions that people ask. You will gain a lot of visibility. And last but not least, keep learning and adding. This is a big mantra into IT. You cannot, as I said about very quickly about testing journey, you cannot stop at AI also. We don't know what is the name. We are used to work with HI. Now there is AI. Maybe let's say HAI, humans, or artificial human intelligence, or RI, robot intelligence. But I cannot stop my learning. I have to learn, keep on learning. And when you learn, you definitely adapt. Adapt to the new changes coming in the world. Just like you buy a new phone, a new operating system on your machine, a new laptop, and you adapt to it. You buy a new car, you adapt to it. What is the problem in adapting to learning new technologies and start thinking about what kind of testing it involves? Don't wait for bigger people, the popular people, to introduce a new testing. You can always introduce a new type of testing, but you have to go in the communities as I discuss what you have in your mind. I don't know if you can scan this QR code. If you can, it will lead you to a PDF where I have created a test plan, test cases for data audits, metrics, method selection, and the interpretation criteria for an AI-based project. So you can take a look at what kind of test cases AI will have, what kind of test plan we'll create, what kind of method selection and interpretation criteria. If you cannot scan it, then I will send this PDF to the organizers, Josh and Bianca, and they can email or put it to some shared drive from where you can download it. Because before this, it was all theory, and you were just thinking, okay, it's great topic, great idea, but how it looks in reality. If I have to create a test case in Jira, how it will look it. If I need to create a test plan, because at the end we are testers, we have to present a test plan. We have to create metrics. We have to identify the interpretation criteria, right? How all they look at. So I have created a PDF about 4 pages, 5 pages PDF. So if you can download it, great. If you cannot, then just drop me a message on LinkedIn or anywhere, and I'll send that PDF to you and of course the organizers of this conference. So with this, thank you and stay in touch. This is me about 5 years back. This is my wife. We both are authors of this paper, but I am presenting it. She's not available today. You can find my email address, my wife's email address as well, our LinkedIn profile, and of course our Twitter. And I am always available on LinkedIn, so just find me, search for Always Testing, and you will look at someone in white shirt and pointing finger like this as a speaker. So send me request, connect with me, DM me, and I'll send the PDF to you over. And of course, message me anytime for any idea that you have. If you want any guidelines, if you have any viewpoint from what I think with my experience, we are miles apart. We are literally 12 hours apart of this world. So you are on the other corner of the world. I am on the other corner. But technology is something which connects us. No one can stop me from learning AI. No one can stop you from learning AI, right? So that means we have a common ground. We can connect with each other. We can talk to each other. There are various softwares available. And I would love to hear feedbacks, what you are doing in the world, in AI world especially, and all other things as well. So all the best to everyone. Thank you for listening me so patiently. And I'm open to any kind of questions that you guys have. Thank you.
Okay. That was very interesting. Something that is come to my mind, for example, in your experience, how many time is from the moment that you identify that there is an issue or something with the information and to fix it? Because I don't know, like, oh, there is
I
something
lost
wrong
you
with
in
the
between.
information. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you. You said like how many times from the beginning, and then I lost you.
Okay. In your experience, how many times are or is between the moment that we open a bug or an issue related to an issue of bias in the data and the team can fix that?
Okay, so if I hear it clearly, you said how many times an issue about bias that comes in the system and we fix it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, something like that. Once
Okay,
you
okay,
identify an
I
issue,
understand it.
how many times to fix it?
I understand it.
Okay.
We received it many times. I would say I didn't count it like 4 records or 50 records. It is about like 10,000 records or 100,000 records just to test the LLMs. The issue came many times. So then we decided that in my team, I have a team of 52 testers under me, and we work for lots of US based companies. So I work at this time in the night time because we support Pacific time zones in US. So I asked my female employees to put a lot of data, and most of the data that they put in the LLM had female names. And then I asked my male employees to put data. They put about like male names. I said, okay, 20,000 records female, 20,000 records males, 20,000 records some other thing. So we put numbers on that so that we already know that our data is not biased. Our data already has a fixed number of things there. So that's how we initially prepared our test data. But whenever I run a query in my SQL server, I always found like a certain number is more. Then I asked them, okay, we need some US names. So, okay, Peter, Michael, Jim, all those names we started putting in. And then we said, okay, let's put some European names also. Let's put some African names also. Now, people don't know African names. People don't know the names popular in South America. So I said, okay, let's do this. Let's put all the Argentina, Brazil, Chile, because they are South American names. So that's how we started creating data. We played with the data. We literally skewed the data, correct data, wrong data, and we started testing our AI models again.
Okay. I put the question in the chat.
Once you identify an issue, how many times spend the team to fix that issue? Yes, the developers worked on that. There are different approaches to it again. If the model was created by us, the own AI algorithm, it was fast because my team worked on that. I read it.
Okay. Yeah.
So we took different times.
Okay.
Sometimes it took a couple of days to fix the problem. Sometimes it took more days if the algorithm is not created by my team. So if I'm working for a customer and they have their own algorithm, then we need to understand the algorithm, which is very challenging. It's not just a simple piece of code.
Okay. I try to scan the QR and I send you a request.
You type the question. That's
interesting. Yeah, but I don't have access. Say you need permissions to see this. Just to say that. Josh, do you have a question?
No, I don't have any questions. Just really appreciated your time, Vipin, and every effort that you put here in your presentation. We appreciated that. Thank you.
Do you want
so
to
again,
add?
you can click on. Yes, I got that. Bianca sends me a share. Yes, I just have.
Oh yes, now I have.
Perfectly fine. So you can share with the people here, or if I receive any request, I'll just approve it. I think that is my company's policy, so maybe not everyone can download it directly.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Okay, well, Vipin, thank you so much to be here on hands-on testing. Do you want to add something else?
I just want to say this is a great thing that you guys are doing. This is my first time online, but that far I've already talked on, I think, Uruguay once online, but Mexico is again my first time. And I wish you all the best. Your conference becomes so big that one day you sponsor my flight tickets and I come to Mexico and speak in person.
I hope. I hope the same.
We will glad
Yes,
to hear you.
and we are just traveling to Sofia to speak in 2 conferences tomorrow. I'll traveling to Europe, so the timing was great today. And Bianca, I saw your lots of videos where you were interviewing lots of people on LinkedIn. and they were good videos.
Yeah, thank you. I enjoy to spreading the word
So
of the quality.
keep doing the good work. Oh yes. Okay, congratulations again, and thank you so much for having me. See you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Vipin. Bye.
Bye, Josh. Bye.
Okay, that was the last talk in English. Now we can switch to Spanish. ¿Qué tal? Nos compartió, bueno, yo alcancé a escanear el QR que nos compartió, no sé los demás, pero la verdad muy bueno. Diego, la parte, fíjate que no había explorado cómo podíamos probar o podemos probar la parte de vías en los sistemas. O sea, de pronto queremos que nuestro sistema sea usado por todos nuestros posibles usuarios, y eso a veces implica tener pruebas de usabilidad, pruebas de accesibilidad, pruebas de seguridad, pruebas de performance, ¿no? Pero en este mundo donde ya si implementas inteligencia artificial o bases de datos muy grandes para poder dar un servicio, pues las pruebas a que tu sistema no tenga sesgos son como relevantes, ¿no? Y yo decía, bueno, pero ¿quién va a decir que tienes un problema de sesgo? O sea, ¿yo quién soy para decirte si yo también tengo sesgos, ¿no? Entonces, no me había puesto a investigar como un estándar o algo. Entonces voy a revisar qué es lo que ellos tienen, y eventualmente haremos una charla para hablar acerca de esto.
Fíjate que es un buen punto todo lo que nos compartió y la información que nos está regalando, porque en uno de mis trabajos estuvimos viendo las vías de tránsito aquí en la Ciudad de México, ¿no? Para poder hacer, pues, moverse de un punto A a un punto B de la mejor manera, contemplando el tráfico, la lluvia, la inundación, el que si se descompuso el semáforo, etcétera, y ver todos estos escenarios, estas vías, estas posibilidades, estas alternativas, que ya el mero transporte, ¿no? Te genera ese, ya quiero llegar a mi casa, ese hartazgo. Hay gente para este tipo de sesgos, como dices, es que no contemplé esta otra parte, es que tampoco me di cuenta en el reporte del clima, tampoco me di cuenta en el reporte sismológico, no me di cuenta entonces, ver estas posibilidades, variedades, y que nos den aquí el cómo podríamos empezar a utilizar eso, la verdad es que me suena muy
mira,
bien.
en uno de los pasos él mencionaba, ¿no? Cuando tú quieres hacer como pruebas de sesgo, pues entonces tienes que considerar 3 parámetros de tus datos, que al final los modelos van a encontrar esos patrones, ¿no? Pero que tengan que ver con género, tengan que ver con estatus socioeconómico, y a lo mejor supongo que creencias o cuestiones políticas o el cual parámetro que tengas que ver en ese aspecto, ¿no? Pero fíjate, o sea, sí, por ejemplo, y ahorita que estás diciendo esto de la ciudad, ¿no? Uno conoce que hay ciertas zonas donde se va a comportar diferente el tráfico, a lo mejor por la infraestructura, por los autos de las personas que viven ahí, a lo mejor son más nuevos, no tan nuevos, o son vehículos más grandes, etcétera. Entonces sí hay muchos factores socioeconómicos a lo mejor que intervienen, ¿no? De pronto para que se comporte diferente el tráfico.
Sí, eso es súper correcto, y no solamente, digo, pongo un ejemplo en una de las cosas que estuvimos haciendo hace un par de años, pero también en todos nuestros sistemas, ¿no? Y bien también lo estaban platicando en estas charlas, que no le dejemos todo a la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Que no confiemos ciegamente. Entonces, él también lo mencionaba, el de sí te puede ayudar, sin embargo, hay que hacer también chamba por atrás. Y reafirmo lo que ayer estábamos platicando, de que la inteligencia artificial no va a reemplazar nuestro raciocinio, ¿no? No va a reemplazar lo que nosotros ya estamos aprendiendo y sabiendo. Y también en la mañana nos lo dijo el profesor, ¿no? O sea, necesitamos, ¿no? De mano humana para poder controlar, a manipular y crear cosas dentro de la inteligencia artificial.
Sí, claro. Y yo lo que puedo decir hasta ahorita es que mi aprendizaje va a que pues eso, en realidad están ocurriendo bueno, Blanca, ¿qué tendría que hacer para mí? Es, bueno, tengo que aprender y estudiar más capas de arquitectura, de infraestructura,
Sí.
y a lo mejor en cada capa ir evaluando de forma diferente los datos que se transportan, ¿no? Independientemente de que hablemos de muchos o poquitos datos, o a una velocidad rápida, ¿verdad? O que a lo mejor el usuario no los ve y solo pasan por atrás. Pero, sí, algunas veces digo, bueno, ¿de qué? Ahora sí que después de hablar de mucho tiempo de testing, ¿no? ¿Y de qué más vamos a hablar? O sea, son pruebas todo el tiempo, ¿no? Pero el reto está en la tecnología, en cómo la abordamos,
Sí,
y
la
la
aplicamos.
aplicamos y qué tan profundas pueden ser nuestras pruebas, ¿no?
Exactamente, sí, creo que aquí el futuro va a ser el análisis. Yo creo que aquí ahora sí se va a volver a despertar esta chispa de este QA analítico, de este QA que va y pregunta, va, investiga, va, indaga, ¿no? Creo que va a volver a resurgir todo esto, no solamente el coding, ¿no? Que ya vimos ahorita que ya podemos hacer pequeños pininos, ¿no? Y no todo, como también nos lo decían en la mañana, ¿no? No le dejárselo todo, pero me parece que vamos a volver a evolucionar esta parte de lápiz y papel de, a ver, yo quería llegar a este punto, ¿cómo le hago, no? Y ayudarnos de la mano de otras tecnologías, pero sí es verdad, ¿no? El testing, pensamos que es algo así chiquito, y ya vimos que hasta el TDD, ¿no? Que también lo estuvimos viendo en la mañana, el cómo lo podemos implementar a etapas tempranas, el cómo estar trabajando con el equipo de desarrollo, cómo nosotros también podemos, aunque no sepamos mucho de Python, Java, etcétera, cómo también empezamos ahí a ayudarles para que el producto final quede muy bien, no nos libramos de los defectos. Claro que no, hay millones de posibilidades infinitas que podríamos realizar en los escenarios de prueba y que no nos vamos a enfrascar en eso. Sin embargo, me parece que vamos a regresar a esa época en donde nos cuestionábamos más, en donde imaginábamos millones de escenarios, en donde hacíamos estos diagramitas. Creo que vamos a regresar en esa parte para llegar más estructurados y ya de la ayuda de otras herramientas crear algo más grande.
Exacto. Ay, pues bueno, pero pues, ¿qué crees? Que vamos apenas casi a la mitad. O sea, todavía nos falta, todavía hay más cosas que aprender. Y bueno, para que antes de que se nos vayan, déjame mostrar en pantalla la agenda para que sepamos qué es lo que viene. Y a ver si hasta un lado. Sí, espera. Entonces, así. Aquí está la agenda. Y por la tarde vamos a tener 3 charlas. La primera de ellas es de Javier Re, donde habla de la inteligencia artificial y calidad de software, cómo prepararnos para la nueva era de productos inteligentes. Digo, ya hablamos ayer, como decíamos, inteligencia artificial, hemos tocado temas que tienen que ver, sí, con algunos de los modelos de LLMs, inteligencia artificial, pues, generativa. Por ahí también en una de las charlas hablábamos de chatbots, agentes, ¿no? Recuerden que al final de cuentas vamos como que de la mano con 2 cosas. Por un lado es cualquier herramienta que usemos como profesionalmente, ¿no? Que me puede ayudar a hacer mejor mi trabajo y a reducir mis errores como tester. Y las herramientas que usa todo tu equipo y que también ojalá y le reduzca también sus errores para que al final tengamos un producto de calidad. Esa es una, como que las herramientas que nos acompañan profesionalmente. Y la otra es, bueno, ya desde la perspectiva de quiero producir un producto inteligente, a lo mejor formo parte de un equipo que está construyendo algo así y cómo prevengo que a sus usuarios finales esta herramienta se vuelva útil también para ellos, ¿no? Entonces ahí vamos en 2 líneas de aprendizaje, ¿no? ¿Tú cuál sientes que es más, en la que más ahora has estado enterada? ¿Como de las herramientas para ti como profesional o participando tú como tester para producir un producto que lleva inteligencia artificial?
No, creo que en las charlas, yo creo
Platicando con la
que
gente.
sí, es que fíjense que sí es verdad que muchas empresas quieren implementar la IA, pero no saben cómo, pero entonces como que volteamos a ver a lo que está en el mercado, volteamos a ver a hands-on testing, ¿verdad? Volteamos a ver a los expertos y empezamos a aprender y ya después lo aplicamos. creo que es el deber ser primero aprender y ya después aplicarlo, porque luego en la carrera esta de la velocidad, por querer ser veloces, ¿no? Y queremos que leí algo y lo implemento y no sale como quisiéramos, no hacemos esta investigación profunda y decimos, chin, ya nos comió el tiempo.
O, bueno,
¿no?
a lo mejor digo, ningún aprendizaje es echado en saco roto, creo, pero esperemos,
Claro.
pero es cierto, de pronto es con tantas cosas que salen como de pronto uno elige de mejor manera en qué abocar su tiempo, ¿no? Bueno.
Sí, o a qué proyecto puede ir, ¿no? Porque, por ejemplo, aprendo aquí algo que sí hace clic con un proyecto que en el cual estoy, lo aplico, pero la charla que viene a lo mejor aprendo otra cosa que en el futuro, mediano plazo, puedo aplicar en otro proyecto y así sucesivamente. El conocimiento, como bien lo dices, no se echa en saco roto.
Exacto. Pero bueno, eso, y después de esta, o sea, es el break, la charla de Javier Re, luego viene la charla de Carlos Dorival, que es testing que salva vidas, errores que no podemos permitirnos, para que lo escuchen. Ya saben, o sea, de todas maneras, debemos de tener estos momentos catárticos para hablar.
Sí, sí, sí.
No,
Saquemos todo nuestro
exacto,
pañuelo.
o sea, ya para la tarde siempre todos estamos con un poco de drama. Y quiero decirte que no pude encontrar el defecto. Sí. Y bueno, y para cerrar el día tenemos la charla con Dalia Trujillo, calidad fluida, BDD y ATDD para equipos que construyen juntos. Estas son en español para que puedan también ustedes acompañarnos. Por ahí investigamos, hicimos una profunda investigación, dijimos, ¿por qué algunos nos dijeron, oye, no se ven como los subtítulos en YouTube? Y creemos que esto tiene que ver con de que es en tiempo real, no somos los favoritos de YouTube, pero eventualmente tendrán subtítulos. Así que no desesperen, pero no se pierdan las charlas en vivo para que puedan hacer sus preguntas, que eso es lo más valioso.
Exactamente, y que no tengan esas dudas, no se queden con dudas y que los expertos de los que nos están hablando disipen esas dudas.
Entonces, por último, recuerden que pueden acompañarnos desde nuestro canal de YouTube para todos aquellos que nos pudieran estar viendo en otras redes sociales. Ahí estamos en vivo, ahí pueden estar dejando sus preguntas para nosotros darle seguimiento. Y suscríbanse, compartan, denle like, inviten a su equipo para que todo el mundo aprenda junto con nosotros. Y que recuerden que el sistema que tú pruebas, el sistema que yo pruebo, el sistema que prueba Josh, un día puede que lo estemos usando y nadie quiere que eso esté mal hecho. Así que, por favor, pónganse. Muy bien, pues bueno, gracias a todos y nos vamos a un break y interrumpimos esta transmisión para hacer otra a las 2 de la tarde. Así que estén atentos, síganos en redes sociales. Que estén muy bien. Gracias.
Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits, 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
Desarrolla tu potencial con Brightest. Ofrecemos exámenes de certificación a nivel global con sede en Alemania. Como socio oficial de comités internacionales como ISTQB, ISAQB, DMMI e ITBU, que son clave en testing QA y mejora de software, entre otros. Nuestras certificaciones United son prácticas y diseñadas para complementar la teoría con la implementación de escenarios reales. Te permitirán dominar las herramientas y metodologías que impulsarán tu carrera. Las ventajas de Brightest son claras. Recibirás tu certificado reconocido y con un registro global, una insignia digital gratuita de Credly para compartir en tus redes sociales, destacando tus logros profesionales y acceso a nuestra comunidad y socios de formación oficiales. Ofrecemos 3 modalidades de examen online a través de Pearson Bid, en grupos, centros de examen y desde casa. Contáctanos y desarrolla tus habilidades y conocimientos con Brightest.
En ITW, la calidad es nuestra prioridad. Así es como lo logramos. Utilizamos herramientas avanzadas y procesos rigurosos para asegurarnos de que cada línea de código sea perfecta. No solo probamos software, aseguramos la calidad en cada etapa del proceso.